everyone, and welcome to the Mythic 2024 Call of Duty Championship Sunday. My name is Trout, and I'm joined by the wonderful it's been too long, Holden, and we have a fantastic day of Call of Duty for you guys up for grabs here. Holden, how are you feeling? And talk us through these beautiful sponsors that made it possible.
Wow, feeling great. Number one, to answer the first question, taking you through the sponsors. Ultimately, we've got PC Builder, AMD, MSI, Patriot, Red Dragon, Windows 11 PC Game Pass, as well as Take a Lot. But talking about taking the lots, 20,000 Rand in cash up for grabs. Call of Duty community has been fighting a tooth and nail from the social giveaway at the start all the way now. It's about sharing that prize pool, and Call of Duty is about to give themselves a huge series because 10,000 Rand for first place, second place getting 5,000 Rand in cash, third place 3,000, and fourth place 2,000. Trout, I've got to say, feels great to be back on the mic with you, my friend, on the Mr. Oncorhenius. I think this is your scientific name. Oncorhenius Micus is the scientific name for Trout.
Yeah, so, exactly right.
Yeah, let's see if we can get scientific today and break down what we have to offer, Mr.
Well, I think like you said, first game is going to be Nixa versus Highborn. It is the winners final. But I like what you said. I actually want to go back to, we'll talk about the bracket quickly, and you can see how Nixa does what Nixa does. And 3-0'd the first two, and then actually lost two maps to Skibidi, which is interesting. And they've been knocked down into the losers bracket. They are waiting for whoever loses this game. And then obviously Highborn on the other side of things, 3-1, 3-0, and then 3-1. Aerial, knocking out Aerial in the 3-1 is actually interesting as well. Another bit of an upset there. I was expecting at least a game 5. But here we are. We've made our way all the way to our winners finals, and then there you go again from the losers bracket side of things. You get to see how Skibidi came down from the winners bracket there to take on Elevate, and that is Frosty's team if anyone's wondering. And then they got taken out, and then they beat Aerial 3-1 as well. So Skibidi is certainly not a team to be slept on, as they are waiting eagerly for their opponents after this first match.
Yeah, first match is going to be absolutely huge here, as we've got a tale of many stories. I mean, Trout, we were chatting about this just before the cast kicked off, and we've got two teams really going to go tooth and nail here. Nixa almost fighting for their right to be called the best in the country, whereas on the opposite side of things, Highborn, I guess they've got that title at the moment, right? They have proven themselves to be the best team thus far. However, nobody's going to be able to give that title over easily today, and I mean, Skibidi is also going to try and give it a fight tooth and nail.
I think that's the nice thing about Skibidi is because everyone's so focused on Highborn and Nixa, they have the ability to watch this game, figure out where the potential weak points are, and then they can come back into it ready for whoever they take on. But no, like you said, Nixa is certainly a little bit lackluster, I'd say, of late. They're certainly not anything to be scoffed at. They're playing very well, and obviously with the roster that they put up today, with Lithium coming back into the starting roster, it's a very, very, very strong team. But on the other side of things, Highborn as well, with Trip9 and Caden, Heroes as the new players. I think they bring a lot of veteranship, and Trip9 with the slaying and the movement in this game specifically has just allowed them to really be let loose and take over maps, if you will. And I think that talks very well with the map pool that we're going here, because the chaotic maps have really, in terms of respawn, have been taken out, except for Vault. There's no Skyline, and we won't be seeing any of the sort of crazier protocol long lanes of sight or anything like that in the respawn as well. So it's really good.
Yeah, so I mean, when it comes down to this map breakdown, going to the vault to be able to break open today and see who's going to be able to get that share of prize pool. But I've got to say, when it comes down to these two teams, I want to find out from you guys, who do you think is going to be able to take it? NXH for Nixa, HBZA, and remember to add that hashtag right in the front, and we'll be keeping you guys entertained here on the side of stats. But when it comes down to the maps, let's take a little bit of a look through it. So when it came down to HP, essentially Nixa banning out Skyline and Highborn banning out Protocol. Now when it comes down to Hardpoint Vault, it's going to be a very, very tasty match. I mean, we were talking about this before we kicked off. Hardpoint controlling that P2 is going to be also crucial.
And P4, so if you're able to bounce effectively from P2 to P3, and then if you can get those long lines of sight under control on the right hand side, specifically around palms, and get into top art, then you're sitting pretty, and then you send one player back. But what you'll try to see is a lot of the time pressure comes from mid. If you think about the map as if you're looking at it from the normal spawns, if you're going towards P1, if you can control P1 at P3 and P4, then you're really sort of set to get a 60 there. But we have been speaking about how mixy these spawns can become. And if you push maybe 2-3 steps too far up on the map, you have people behind you, and then it's just a mixing pot of bullets, and then it just gets out of control. So curious to see how well each of these two teams are able to control the spawns in their current state.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to being able to learn a little bit from these players and teams in terms of watching what we have today. We're discussing our ranks aren't the best just yet. Trout and I are doing some work. I mean, I think you're a Plat 3 player at the moment.
Yeah, that's correct. Out of the 10 games of rank that I've played, and the last 4 have been against cheaters, so it's very disheartening at the moment. But yeah, it's you can really tell, and we speak about this often when you compare the South African community to the international one. I feel like our gold players are crimson players overseas because everyone is just so sweaty. Yeah, and I think so playing fundamentally is where it starts to get really good. So from Crim and up, and these guys are obviously all iridescent, I imagine, at this point, and everyone shoots straight. So it's who's better at playing the second level of the game, where they will really excel and take over maps, because everyone can get the kills. Now you just be able to control the map, spawns, know where to go and when to do it.
Well, these guys are probably on their second or third iridescent accounts at this point in time in terms of how they're playing. Yeah, as we try to slug our way through the rank side of things, we want to make sure that you guys are also jumping into chat. Let us know what you think. Who's going to be able to take it? We see a couple things going in the poll at the moment. And, we've got, I think, 18 to, what is that? Nixa. A lot of people think Nixa is going to be able to take that. I think that's a bit of a surprise considering recent events, Trout, in terms of how well Highborn have been playing.
Yes, but lithium.
But
lithium. So I think he is the X factor, and here's our extra supporter captain. He's come to see what's going on. But yeah, I think it is going to be at the very least a map 4. I don't see it being a 3-0, and if it is, it's going to be a severe upset. But I don't know. I think I'm going to put you on the spot. Who do you think is going to win?
To be honest, I'm actually going to go with Highborn on this one. I mean, my big question is I've got a bone to pick with Lithium, because how many Call of Duty events need to be hosted in person for him to be able to show up? I want to see this man at a LAN, and hopefully we'll be able to see that maybe in this season. I think that's my big bone to pick. So that's why I'm going to be tilted over into the towers of Highborn at this point in time. Proud from your side?
Well, I'm a betting man, and I like the odds of Nixa winning, but I'm obviously going to pick them. But I think if you have the ability to shut down someone like Adnan, I know we always sing high praises to Lithium because he's the root man, right? And he knows how to run and when to do it. And that's generally where the map changes. But Adnan in this game specifically has been getting so many kills, and he's so difficult to fight in and around the point. Oftentimes you'll see that he'll get a kill and then reposition, playing S&D and HP, and then that just converts to streaks, and he's just like a little Tasmanian devil flying across the map getting kills. And if you can shut him down and then deny the roots from Lithium, then Highborn theoretically is just going to walk all over them, but that is much easier said than done. So I think it's going to run the distance, but like I said, betting man, I'm going to go with Nixa.
Okay, so our bets are going to go head-to-head up against one another, and we're going to see your bets going in favor suddenly of Highborn. Somebody put a lot of embers into the pot, but looking at the vote results, doesn't look like that's updated. Remember, we do have a little bit of a delay on our side, things around about 45 seconds, so we'll keep you guys posted in terms of where we are. But it feels good to be back on the microphone with you, Trout, and getting some good Call of Duty action underway. Like I said, the basics are known in terms of what we have to offer. I'm hoping that we get a little bit of a learning experience here, maybe find out a couple of spots in terms of how you should be rotating, how you're going to be able to adapt going forward. I think this is still very much across the board a learning phase for the community. And I think anybody that might have been knocked out of the tournament thus far, this is the place to be. This is where you want to be able to learn and kind of see how the best of the best in the country are doing it. Naturally, you also want to be able to see how we do up against internationals one day, and hopefully sooner rather than later. But Trout, I know you've had the opportunity to be able to look at the international scene a little bit more. How are you seeing our guys shaping up?
So, like you said, I've had the privilege of observing some of the Challengers games, the last Challengers Cup. I think the biggest difference at the moment is the pace at which we play, specifically S&D. I think South Africans play S&D very, very slowly, especially when it comes to trying to find positions around the map if they want to get the bomb down. A lot of the time you see teams playing for the retake as opposed to denying the plant. And I think on the international scene, it's often the reverse to that. And Where our teams sort of fall short is the ability to make adjustments on the fly. Because, I mean, you see things like someone trying a new route in the middle of a game, doesn't work, then the whole team adjusts to that. Whereas now, what I've seen in South Africa at least, is you have a play in mind, it doesn't work, and then you just fall apart at the seams the moment it doesn't work. And you just don't have that ability to sort of pivot when needed. And I think that is something that S&D, specifically in this country, really needs work on. Because there aren't a lot of reps. Everyone plays hardpoint. Occasionally people play control. So out of all the game modes, I think hardpoint is where we're pretty much on par internationally, and you see that because everyone wants to do 8s in hardpoint, or in ranked is generally hardpoint or control. You don't see very many S&Ds. And at the end of the day, S&D is what wins you tournaments. If you are a very good S&D team, you can sneak a respawn off of those good teams that are already so dominant. But if you're confident in your S&D, that's where you win your tournaments overall. So that's where you can find the 10,000 Rand in this case. But that is something I want to see a large adjustment coming out of the boys in South Africa specifically, is their ability to adjust on the fly and play for the plant as opposed to the retake.
Well, I mean, I like what you point out there in terms of depth of strategy, in terms of bringing in ultimately layers to, okay, if this push, we find ourselves knocked down with 1 or 2 players, this is what we do to be able to alternate that. Maybe we utilize some of the utility that we haven't used yet. There's also something that is, I got to say, a bone to pick every time I play some ranked search and destroy. It's like, use your util. It has, if you die with your util in hand, you've wasted somebody's time. You wasted your time. So try and make sure that you utilize that effectively where possible. And once again, this is the place to be able to check that out in terms of how these players utilize their grenades, as well as any kind of secondary that they're using.
It's just stuns.
I do notice on the other side of things, so we've got a bit of a change of strategy, or a bit of a change in terms of expectations, as the broadcast team has now let us know that they're going to be bringing in a sub for the Nixa squad.
Oh, okay. I didn't actually hear that. What? Who is going to be subbing in?
We're just waiting on the last player, as that is the last confirmation. And from our broadcast team, they say we don't think Lithium is going to be playing on this one.
Ooh, okay. So it looks like my betting money is not so good. Anyway, going back to the maps, obviously we've spoken Vault and specifically how important P2 and P3 are. Obviously Skyline for S&D. I think you were asking me a bit earlier before we started as well, where the preferred site is on this, and you tend to see A being preferred because you can get to it a lot quicker. It's obviously in kitchen, and you don't have to trek across the map through all those open lanes like up above Cat there to get it down on B by the elevators. And one thing, this is another thing that I want to point out about this map that people tend to forget. There's an entire layer that you cannot see from the snapshot here and on the map itself, because you can go underneath, get in through the bottom, through the vents, up into elevator, and then you're pretty much onto the site. So if these teams have been putting a lot of time into it, we'll see some interesting routes coming through, maybe a bit of a B plant quickly out of the blue, as everyone normally favors the other side, like I said. But yeah, I think we just have to see what the timings and everything look like. And
not too sure if I lost Trout there on that side of things, or if he is in here. I'm not too sure if broadcast can double check that. But as we continue here, we are just waiting for that last player to be able to jump in, and I think I might have disconnected on that side of things. So waiting for that.
Hello, testing.
Hello, Trout. How are you doing?
Okay, cool. No, I could hear
Was
you.
it me? Was it you?
I don't know. That's a good question. That was just a weird turn of events there. Well, we live in South Africa. Internet is always a third-party problem all the time. But yeah, like you were saying, the routes are interesting. And let's talk about meta.
Yeah.
At the moment, it is currently Amy's and Jackal. And with the visual recoil, I want to say a nerf or a buff. How would you put that? The fact that they've removed it, is that a nerf or a buff?
I'd say that's a buff, surely.
A buff to the weapons.
Yes.
Whereas 40% of all visual recoil has been reduced across the board, except for snipers, because apparently they hate snipers. But anyway, so the Jackal has truly become the do-it-all gun, and you will see a lot more of it being used at distances that it really shouldn't be winning gunfights. And it feels like the aim assist in this game is extremely sticky at range. So you'll see the players really moving around, getting those distance kills with the Jackal. Having said that, with the visual recall change, the Amy's now, they've pretty much mitigated the entire need for underbarrels, and they just have long barrel and high velocity overpressed is the attachment, which is better than the reinforced barrel. So you shoot further and quicker. So I think it's an interesting place where the meta is currently, because they've obviously GA'd and banned a lot of the weapons, like the Krieg. I don't know if you ever played ranked when it was Black Ops Krieg. I remember it. So it's nice to see that change coming through. But having said that, the two ARs, 2 subs, generally what we're looking at going into these maps.
Yeah, so I mean, this is one thing that I'd still love to see from an innovation standpoint. I mean, Black Ops was kind of keeping fingers crossed because we saw it in Black Ops 3 in terms of picks and bans of weapons or attachments, or I would still love to be able to see that, just so we could see things shake up. I mean, imagine if somebody banned out a Jackal, and then next thing we've got a bunch of secondary subs to be able to bring in. And yes, Trout, I know I brought it up with you earlier. I'm a PP90M guy myself, and I know I'm an outlier on that case, but I gotta say I love it.
Oh, I mean, fair enough. It feels like it hits hard. It does hit hard. It just shoots slowly. So if you are able to hit your shots and the opposition is missing, the reason why I said that I don't really agree with it is because at this level they're not missing, right? So
no,
if
sure.
you shoot at the same if you shoot at the same time, 9 times out of 10 you're going to lose simply based off of rate of fire. But yeah, I think having a ban system like that would actually be ideal because we need an additional layer to the competitive scene here, because it happens every year. It's always a sub game, and you get gaslit into thinking it's not. And then it comes out that after a week or 2 of scrims, the timings start to even out, and everyone knows where they want to be running. And then all of a sudden, all of the subs that have been banned, all the ARs that have been banned, suddenly don't look so good because the subs are in your face. So I think that if we could have an additional layer where you can remove a really good gun, or maybe not really a good gun, or maybe a player that is really good with that gun, so they have to play with something else, it would be great, because I'm personally so bored of seeing 2 weapons for the entire season. Occasionally one gets thrown into the mix and then everyone's like, oh, that's too broken, and then it gets removed. You know what I mean?
Well, what I really like about it, it almost removes the need for GAs at that point in time, because you can utilize your bans effectively across the team. But it also sends communication back to essentially the developer side of things. If you're seeing red card being banned out, as it should be,
every single series, surely take the hint. Yeah, take the hint.
There's like 9 people voting red card, and there shouldn't even be 9 at that point in time. But somebody joined the lobby and also pushed X on it, because it just should not exist in a lot of ways in terms of competitive map.
Yeah, but that's my exact question. That is, how did it get into the competitive pool? Because surely they should have tested for this. We spoke about how it's so big, but with the spawn systems right now, it feels like I'm playing Stonehaven again. Back on Ghost, where you spawn on top of the hill, and then it takes 5 to 8 business days to rotate to the hill, the next one at least, and try to get spawns. You know, it's just it's things like this where it feels like there aren't very many QT testing at all going into the season.
That's what I would love about that pick and ban system, is ultimately it brings you back to your players are ultimately giving you direct indications. This weapon's overpowered, this is over tweaked, this is over tuned. We've seen it with many different other games that utilize that system. And I mean, if you just had to utilize it for the attachment system by itself, it would be a huge dramatic change, because I mean, that's still the one thing about Call of Duty that's ultimately very different compared to when that pick and ban system was used in Black Ops 3. Is now you've just got so many attachments, and with that, if your knowledge is really concrete, you can start to play some serious mind games with your opposition
100%.
In terms of how you can like force the match to be either more close encounter intensive. Oh, that was quite a bit to say. Or more long engagement intensive. And I love that degree of strategy that you can then.
Yeah, but exactly, and then that just adds another layer as to what you need to be good at the video game.
Yeah.
Because this is going to sound like the hottest take I have ever put on this. The visual recoil buff, right, the weapon buff, was honestly a terrible move, because it made bad players feel good. Because it puts it mitigates that skill gap, which is already so small, because the time to kill in this game is so quick, right? It's insanely fast. So the movement in and around, you have to play so quickly, and then the time to kill is so quick. Now you've taken out recoil from that equation as well. It really favors the players that think they're so good, but all they're doing is ironing up and holding down one lane, and you trying to get to the hill, and they just cut you down as you go. So it's sort of like a one-trick pony at this stage. Anyways, we're loading into map number 1, Vault HP. Holden, I'm so excited. Thank you for having me, and I'm so excited to be on the mic with you. It has been far too long.
Far too long indeed. It's time to be able to get your money out of the bank and jump into the vault as we get through the empty poolway and into the running spawns that are about to unleash themselves. It is Nixa taking on Highborn, and ooh, Mr. Trout, I can't wait to get into this.
Me either. Well, jumping on board here with Highborn, as they do have those favorable spawns towards P2 already. So we have to wait and see who is going to be the one to break this first bit of time. And I like that utility being used to start us off with, like you said, has to happen. 2 trades both ways. First bit of time going the way of Highborn.
All right, so the trades are essentially secondary here to positional placement. At the moment, Highborn are going to be forcing themselves in the better position overall in terms of being able to play for that P2. Or rather, actually, vice versa. I am confusing P2 with P3. As we go into P2, I believe that is going to be Highborn now on the better sides of spawn, as Nix is going to be able to try to pick some points on the heel. But at the moment, any indicators in terms of who's going to be able to come out on top of this?
Well, I think you got it a little bit backwards there. It has been Nix that's flipped out those spawns and gotten into the favorable spawns for P2 with a clean 4 going right through. It was just one player. It was Trip9 trying to be that root man, but he gets taken out. So Enigma is the sub that's in, and he's certainly a very, very good player. Jameen can shoot very straight, but he's a lone man in a very deep pool here. But you can see Heroes pushing up from the right-hand side. It's going to be trades on trades on trades. But 17 to 18 with P2 popped. A lot of white time going either way. And here comes the break from No Solutions, but Adnan is close range. And this is the spawn system I was talking about. I don't understand how they got in so quickly.
Yeah, well, it was actually No Solutions flanking on the side of things that allowed them to be able to pick up that spawn on the backside, as you see 2 Highborn players coming through now. Position number 6 being held by Enigma currently on palm trees. That's going to be absolutely huge, but Adnan coming in from behind picks himself up a nice 2-piece as Nixa hold on to some solid heal time, but it's going to be some hopping and skipping and jumping as No Solution picks up a 2 of his own. Highborn still with spawn control, but now with 15 seconds left on the heal, you can see that is number 6, Enigma, all the way on the other side of the map and going to be holding this massive anchor position on top balcony.
I told you, this is what, when you look at this rotation, going from P2 to P3, you got to control mid, and you got to have the long lanes of sight, and look at what Nixa is doing. They're holding it down to a T and getting kills as we rotate. So it was scrap time going their way, but on the pop, it is definitely Nixa with the first bit of time. But by some miracle, number 2 has slipped the net. He's gone through the bottom end with No Solutions on his tail here. It's just Enigma in the back end, and that could be a perfect break, but Adnan has something to say about it, but No Solutions still alive now. 9 and 6, Enigma trying to... Oh my goodness, the Jackal has been buffed. That's the kill.
Wow.
The spawn flip comes in. Perfect hold from the side of Nixa, broken within a second.
Huge plays there from No Solution, really being the thorn in the side of his opposition and managed to take over that spot for his team as Highborn look to assert some control, but time is still ticking in the back pocket here for Nixa as we get ready for P number 4. And at the moment, you can see Heroes also rotating across, trying to make sure that they've got that top side control. They do not want to give this over to Nixa, who's going to have to fight for some long-range engagements. And Magix throws out the nades, not going to be able to find his mark as 2 kills go in quick succession across to the Highborn team. Enigma now on the backside, and this is going to be huge if he can hold.
But he just gets taken out, and the split spawns are about to come on through. You can see some of the players from Highborn spawning around palms, and it is a massive one for number 8. That's going to be Magix to win at the back end there. If he wins this, that will secure spawns for his team. But as we say that, it looks like the pinch has come through, and now it's going to be time ticking over for Highborn here. It's trying to get back into the game. They aren't down by a lot, but this is typically the hill where the most amount of time is found by whoever has the spawns. But right through the middle, I don't know how Adnan managed to get through there with Raz at his back pocket. Here comes the potential break. The pinch is in. The spawns are just all over the place, and the break not so good as it's going to be Highborn shooting everything that moves, get all 4 down, and that's going to be the last 20 seconds pretty much uncontested as Nixa licks their wounds back up to P1.
I like what you pointed out there. I mean, Adnan really, it shows you like sometimes the level of play is so high that you wouldn't expect anybody to be able to pull a move just running straight through mid. As Adnan, unfortunately, that move not working out for the Nixa side of things, but Highborn going to be holding true and solid as we go back to P1 and things flip fundamentally. You can see the big push coming in through the corridors on that side from Highborn, and that is going to be heavily contested between Magix as well, trying to make his way in as both teams going to try assert some low control as well as top side of balcony. But wow, things are raining in red at the moment for Highborn.
And they're picking up time, and they're trying to push them as far back as possible into those unfavorable spawns while picking up time. Look at No Solutions, 19 and 10. He has really commanded the troops here, but Enigma with a huge double. That will find a little bit of time here for Nixa, and Adnan trying to get around the back in here, trying to be that root ban for the side of Nixa, but he is struggling a little bit, to be honest with you, and I believe I've just lost my feed.
We have lost feed for a couple of seconds here, so we'll see what happens as at the moment it is player number 3, Zaza, that was wrapped around the back to be able to try protect those spawns for P2. You can see how early these teams actually come into the rotations here. I mean, only 27, 25 seconds left on the clock. Game is unfortunately crashed. We'll see if we can rejoin that from our side of things and jump back in. But as you pointed out, Adnan and No Solution, it seems like it's a battle between the two when it comes down to map number 1.
100%, and I think that's so important for No Solutions to really make a name for himself here, because he's had so many eyes on him about being that player that Highborn needed to take over maps, and with the movement and that sub in hand, he's obviously doing it. I mean, you saw him rip Enigma off of that heady from top balcony, and again, he is also that player that finds a time, gets out, and he's filling the role that Lithium or Adnan normally does. And I spoke about if they don't have Lithium, they need to shut down Adnan. Adnan is doing well, but he doesn't have as many kills as he would like, I imagine, at that late in the game, as obviously No Solutions already on a 2 KD.
Yeah, and once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you just joined us, this is map number 1. Unfortunately, game crash in terms of map number 1. Hopefully, it's the only curse that we'll face for today, as it is going to be Nixa taking on Highborn. Both the teams relatively equally contested, and we're going to hold our fingers to be able to see if we can jump back in at all. But we wait now for essentially either map number 1, which is Hardpoint Vault, and map number 2, things will slow down to... I don't think things are going to slow down. I think that's a little bit of a lie. Things are going to keep at a very furious pace as we're going to head over to Skyline shortly. But Trot, early indicators there. I mean, we've got a battle between Adnan and No Solutions. No Solutions, he was questioned at the end of last season for Modern Warfare 3 if he could rise to the task. At the moment, it seems like he can.
Absolutely. I mean, he's sitting at home comfortable at his main setup. I imagine that's where he does the best, and it's translating into his gameplay. He didn't do so well at LAN. He did very well. Let me put it this way. He did well, as you expect for someone who came in from the online scene, but he wasn't the same player that he was online. And I think that's where the bit of the mismatch is. But he is now obviously playing online at home, so he's comfortable. But on the flip side of things there, let's talk about sort of going for our first set of rotations where it was P2 to P3, where Nixa had rotations and they had a good setup. But then they obviously weren't covering all the angles, and then Vault was open. And that's another thing a lot of people don't know about this map. It is called Vault, but no one really utilizes the Vault at all, because you can get underneath at blank round and get some insane routes. And that's exactly what they did. So in what I suggested would have been a perfect setup, which was control mid, make sure that you have your long lens of sight down, and you have to get kills on the rotation. They had that setup, but it was just broken wide open off the back of 2 insane plays. Tripline slipping the net, and then No Solutions finding a double. So that's where you get to see individual players making a massive impact against teams that, in theory, should have the perfect setup.
100%. And I think watching how these players utilize those breaks of lines of sight, and even inside of the hill itself, as we saw in terms of P1, I think it was No Solutions, he will contest, but he's almost got the parachute plan of jumping back into Vault if he needs to, or if he gets challenged uncomfortably. And I think even in terms of Omni movement, that still allows him to be able to back up, maintain his line of sight, but still move effectively. And that's one of the things that I'm very, very excited to see. It's like, how do they plan to take on their gunfights? Because when you're in P1 on the hill, anybody, and I try to be that person in ranked, it is the worst. If you're on P1 by yourself, just lying on the side next to a statue, just praying somebody comes in the direction that you're looking at and not behind you.
The hill kit and roll, it's always tough.
100%. But having those plans just shows you another advanced level of play, and that's something that we can all take home. Like, sit next to the hole, and ultimately, even some of the players are coming up through there in terms of P1 and doing a couple of heady challenges and jumping up and just getting a couple of shots in. So I love to be able to see kind of the unlocking of all these little tips and tricks that we're going to be able to see, and how people can exploit those going.
Well, having said that, we are only 2 months into the game, right? We've had our first set of competitive like CDL moments going through. It's the last weekend now. So this is where the teams are really sort of sussing each other out before the Christmas break. And then they can obviously reset and come back into the new year ready for it. But I like what you said about the movement side of things. One thing I will point out to you, we didn't see more than 2 dives for that entire interaction there. And I'll tell you what, the Omni movement is great, and everyone loves the directional movement, but the dives aren't utilized as much as everyone thought they would be, because of the novelty of being able to dive in every direction runs off or runs out after the third or fourth time you've done it, because then you realize, wow, you land, you bounce, you lose aim assist or anything like that. So you'll find that everyone playing on the hybrid preset, which means you generally tap to slide and then you can dive when you want to, you only see dives in very, very specific locations. Say now you're trying to get out of P1 down into the bottom of vault so that you can reset. That's when you'll dive. But 9 times out of 10, everyone is slide canceling.
Yeah.
And they'll do that around corners. And because there is a momentum change in your slide, if you're coming around a corner, you can break your opposition's camera and then stop and sprint in the opposite direction as to you were just sliding, and that just wreaks havoc on your camera. And then you'll see that. You'll see a lot of the SMG players playing very tight corners and sliding them very quickly and only diving to get out of situations, not to break into situations.
That blows my mind. Ultimately, this movement, it's very, very tricky to be able to keep up with, even when it comes down to setting side of things. I mean, Trout, on your side of things, you're rocking the linear at this point in time, or are we changing things up? Because I know that there's been a big move as well on that.
So if you're playing on standard, stop. That's you're either going to be playing on dynamic or linear, and I think linear at the moment is certainly favored. If you have a controller that is a little bit more on the older side, linear will help you out a lot. I am fortunate enough that I have a new controller, so I play on dynamic, but it's very difficult to find that balance because, I mean, there's so many settings you could change in this game. Something as simple as your ADS movement speed, whether it's instant or gradual, you can have the aim assist affected by that. You can figure out exactly how you want your sliding or your mantling. There's just so many layers that you're trying to get right and favor your play style. And there are still poor individuals out there that play with motion blur on. I feel sorry for you. So that's the whole thing. There's so many layers to this, and in terms of settings, I think we all roughly at personal preference, and I think it's been a very long time since we've had personal preference in settings, because in the previous games it was like if you weren't running these settings or running this movement type, you were going to lose every single time. But now you can see some of the players are learning how to use the dive effectively, whereas other players don't want to use it at all, and they just use sliding, for instance. And the other thing about diving is you don't lose aim assist on a player who's diving, but you do when they're sliding. So when they dive, you could just track them through the air like skeet shooting, whereas sliding is so much quicker. It's harder to keep your ADSing on point there. But like you said, there are so many layers to this that we're still in the infant stages of what it can become. And remember, this Omni movement is now going to be sort of like the basal start of all future Call of Duties. I don't see them removing it after the massive amount of positive feedback they've gotten. Because we were speaking about how everyone bring us back to jetpacks, you know, it's an additional layer, can add okay, you were the only one who didn't want that. I wanted
No, please.
We wanted an additional skill gap to come in, and that's exactly what Omni Movement did to favor both sides, both the people that wanted to move quickly and both the people that wanted to stay boots on the ground.
All right. So we are getting a little bit of an update from our side of things in terms of the map. We cannot, unfortunately, join back, but we are going to update on the score. It's currently 200 points in favor of Nixer to 190 of Highborn. So let's see if our betting will essentially come to fruition. Trout, you're still with Nixer? I know Lithium might not be in there, but I mean, it seems like Hardpoint, they're doing pretty well.
It's closer than I thought it was going to be, for sure, especially after the 2 breaks that we saw Highborn do. Okay, Nixer won. There you go.
Wow.
All the beans in one pot there.
Yeah.
I got it. It would have been lovely to see what actually happened there, because I want to know where Highborn fell short. Either way, it was Nixer that took it 250 probably to 200. I imagine that would have been the scoreline.
Well, we won't be able to find out further from that, but hopefully we can jump back into a VOD at one point in time, or maybe see if anybody's streaming externally. But Search and Destroy is on its way. So what is in the past is in the past, and we're going to be getting ready for map number 2 here, which is going to be Skyline Search and Destroy. And Highborn, I mean, Caden has always been known as a really solid Search and Destroy leader for his team. And you talk about somebody that actually thinks about those secondary layers of strategy. Usually he's usually a go-to for that, and it's something, I mean, even when he was on aerial side of things, standing behind them as rep, you could hear how vocal he is round to round. This is what we're doing, this is how we're going to change it up. I mean, we had the privilege of being inside of essentially their ears or inside of their comms in terms of when we're in that LAN environment, that just being able to hear from a leadership standpoint. I mean, Caden's phenomenal at Search and Destroy.
And I think that's very important to note, him and Trip9, because Trip9, he's also, his brain is giant, right? If you didn't know, Trip9 is a provincial chess level player.
Oh, wow.
Western Cape. So you already know that he thinks in a strategical way, along with his gun skills. So pairing those two together, 205 man house, 5 points off, I was close. Yeah, so Nixer closing it out there, and it probably would have come down to either P2 or P4. I bet you that's where they would have closed it out. Anyway, going back over to S&D, I think pairing Highborn with Caden and Trip 9, Josh, is very, very good. And without Lithium, and Lithium has this ability to make perfect S&D plays. He just does it every single time. He gets the timings, he knows where to look and when to do it. And I think that's the veteranship being shown there. And without him, it really feels like there isn't, maybe Raz, for the side of Nixa, he could be that leader, but he in the past has struggled with S&D, at least from what I've seen. So now you get to see if Jameen can fill those shoes, whereas you have Caden, who will be commanding the troops, and he has Trip 9 and Alex No Solutions to let loose on the map to where you need to go. So in this case, I will be favoring Highborn and SD specifically, but I don't know, I could be completely wrong, and this is all speculation. It's not over until the Fat Lady sung, and I'm far from singing.
Well, don't be so hard on yourself, Trout. You're in fantastic shape. Judo champion, to be able to name it too, as far as I understand. I see you on socials winning medals and doing all you can. So maybe some singing, but we won't be fat shaming you here today. For Search and Destroy, Skyline, one thing I do want to be able to see, just out of the gate, please, somebody just make it good for me. I want to see 4 people running straight through those tunnels just to be able to come up through the elevators, just to throw everybody off.
I mean, that would be amazing.
The most fun. It is the most fun. You go in and make those challenges. Everyone's like, okay, there's nobody. Maybe it's a slow put. Oh, they're in the tunnels. They're in our body.
Why all of a sudden are they speaking Vietnamese? What's going on here? You know, something like that. It's just
if that's Trout singing again.
Exactly. You know, right. Unbelievable. But like you said, this is where you get to see on a championship Sunday is where people can throw in those Hail Mary plays, where they can do something like that. Because I mean, if it's the first or second round, there is nothing to lose. You are just sussing out the other team. You might as well throw in a crazy strat like that to maybe secure you around or not. But that is yet to be seen.
All right, so yeah, well, I can't wait for things to go across to Search and Destroy. It's one of my favorite modes just because it's been around through the generations. Yes, I am an old man of Call of Duty ZA. And when it comes down to it, I'd love to hear your thoughts here, because I mean, I naturally get depressed when I hear smoke grenades and sniper rifles being banned out. Smokes, there is reasoning behind it, and you're more than welcome to take us through. But sniper rifles, what's your thoughts? I mean,
look here, I think that snipers not being in this game is a bit of a disservice because of how strong flinch is. If someone breathes in your direction with a sniper, I'm pretty sure you're going to be aiming 3-4 feet above their head. Yeah. But having said that, the biggest reason why they aren't allowing snipers is because of the lack of smoke. And the reason there isn't any smoke is because it's not the aim assist. Everyone seems to think, it's because the smokes break aim assist, but you're not fighting in smokes. The smoke is there to cut off a lane. The reason why the smokes aren't in is because it's one way. You can throw the smoke down at your feet, stand at the edge of the smoke, and you're completely invisible and you can see everything. So just from a competitive integrity point of view, that's just so far not allowed that I think it's warranted that there aren't any smokes. And I feel like that is something they can fix. You know, we always talk about that. Yeah. It's worked before. Why isn't it working now?
100%. Well, let's see who's going to be able to put in that work here. As we go to Skyline, are we going to make our way towards the kitchen, or are we going to go into the hot waters of the jacuzzi? At the moment, it seems like we're going to be able to see a push directly through top side. And over the bridge we go, and it does look like Adnan is going to be able to open with the first blood, whereas Trip 9 finds himself in a precarious position.
And yeah, he does have that bomb in hand, so he's been put on a bit of an island here. But again, it's an interesting play. Why would you send players to an open lane without somebody covering piano? You're going to be punished for that every single time. And like you said, it's going to put Trip 9 in a tough spot, and he has to find a bit of information. And right now, it's everyone just sort of probing at one another with the life advantage to the side of Nixa. Not the start you want from Highborn, but they certainly can make the adjustments. And this is where I spoke about. You have an idea, it doesn't work, and look at how they've fallen apart.
Yeah, I mean, now there's one player so far removed. What is the backup plan here at this point in time? As you can see, a little bit of a look over to the vent. And will this get thrown through? Yes, a lot of us, to be honest, I'll raise my hand. I didn't even know that was possible. And that shows you why I am just a plat 3 player now. And right now, it is going to be Trip 9 working his way back up the stairs. The Zaza finds himself falling down. Now it is Trip 9 all by himself with a big challenge of 4 players, and not going to be able to live up to this challenge, as the piano will play his final tune there as Nixa take up a 1-0 lead.
And I mean, that was just a blunder from the side of Highborn. Hail Mary play, sure, but not the Hail Mary play where it could work. If you know the general routes that people run on this map, I guarantee you there's going to be somebody at piano watching cat. You send 2 players with no backup on your. That's exactly what happened there. They fell apart. And again, it's so nice to say something and then I don't look crazy. You know, like they have a plan, doesn't work, fall apart, and that's exactly what happened there.
All right. So now, as we flip across, it is going to be the attacking side of Enigma, and gets a couple of bullets in the face, and will get stunned out a little bit here as he tries to make his way in towards this very hotly contested kitchen. No Solutions trying to drive forward and get themselves a little bit more pressure on this bomb site. And
look at number 1. This is what I was this is potentially a huge play here from Trip 9. First blood
position.
And trades go through, but it's going to be Enigma and Adnan who find 1 apiece, and currently it's 2 versus 3. But Heroes still alive here. He has denied the bomb plant, which is very important. And you can see Trip 9 just trying to work back towards his teammates here. And we always talk about in 2v insert number here. You have to be playing close enough towards one another so you can trade. Nice shot, but no blood as of right now.
There's no bomb down either at this point in time, as it's going to be Raz making his way past Jacuzzi. Once again, left down Trip 9 all by his lonesome. Going to try and make his way forward here. So we jump on board with Trip 9. 40 seconds left on the clock, Trout.
Oh, he has to find so much information in such a short amount of time, but unfortunately he's going to turn the corner, and Adnan is waiting and ready. So Nixa with 2 quick rounds. And this is actually something that Nixa did well there, is they had an additional plan and they stuck to it. Even though they were first blooded, the trades were quick enough that they could continue to play the way they wanted to. I didn't know you could look that way around on the map. Interesting. So the more we watch, the more we learn. And that is 2 rounds in a row now where Nixa has played to their game and Highborn is struggling to play the way they want to play.
Yeah, it seems like they're doing that stuck in the mud scenario. You know, we lose one player and then we don't know what to be able to do from that situation. But as we take a little bit of a look at the top side aerial overview, it does look like they're going to be going with a little bit more of a safer running path pattern, but it's Raz that picks up Trip 9, and that gets well traded out.
Look at number 8.
Managed to pick up the kill there.
Drezo on the back end. It looks like Lithium is in. Lithium is in for game number 2, though.
Yep.
And again, perfect plays. He knows that he's coming there. Insane. He gets a 2-piece, a 1v2 now for No Solution to clutch on up. Drezo is down to pretty much no HP. He has just regen. And No Solution trying to make it happen. He is down to a ball here and then some. And ring around the rosy we go as he has to try and make an impossible play, but he can't quite get the trade. Nixa, 3 in a row.
3 in a row. Quick momentum push there coming in from Nixa and showing maybe Lithium is the big difference when it comes down to search and destroy. As we commented on Heroes and his depth of knowledge when it comes down to this game mode, we're really going to need to see them in this round number 4. Pick it up a little bit as Highborn have been looking slow off the bat. That one was a big opportunity. They managed to pick up the first blood, but I think that big flank coming in from Lithium caught them all off guard.
Oh, but that's exactly right. He always tends to make the perfect plays, and he is such a game changer. Oh, and we get to see the streaks. I love having the RCXD, even if it's just for info. Oh, goodness, they need to shoot that thing quickly. Okay, good. But he has information. He knows where roughly some of the players are. And you can see this is how you chow cat. That's not, you don't just run down it. And that's exactly what he did there. So at the moment, a game of chess, trying to figure out exactly where they want to put this bomb down. Maybe find that first blood. But right now, pretty much even Stevens across the board, slowly working their way around the bottom end is going to be Drezo.
Yes, I get my wish fulfilled as the push comes in, but Enigma's going to take some big damage. Heroes will get traded, or rather, Triple 9 is going to come in. Heroes managed to pick up the last couple of shots on that one. Dresler picks himself up a kill now. It's going to be a 2v3. Oh, coming around the corner as Raz takes down No Solution. Now it's Zaza left all alone.
Man, I'm going to be honest with you. This is not looking good for Highborn. They have been found down the wayside continuously here as they are unable to convert any bit of map control into kills as, oh goodness, Zaza just gave away his position and like wolves to a meal, they're going to be taking him down. Next of 4 in a row. This is arguably, if this was ever around to win for the side of Highborn, is this one, because you cannot allow them to go 5-0 up. That's not a good look.
This is one of the things that Nixa does so well. They'll get the information, not make the challenge, knowing that their secondary player that's close enough with that information, they can make the decision whether they want to make the challenge on the line of sight. And it's something that you love to be able to see at this high level of play. And for right now, Highborn, I mean, are they playing this too slow? Are they playing this too fast? What's your thoughts here, Trot?
I don't think they're playing too fast or too slow. They're just not playing correctly because they're being hard counted at every turn. Right now, Drezo just shadow peeking. You see how quick the shouldering is in this game. Adnan now finding first blood. Again, they have all the angles covered. It feels like a game of... Adnan's on 10!
What?
Okay, he hasn't died yet, so 10 and 1. The 10 and 0, sorry. He's having a fantastic game. Adnan playing out of his skin, apparently. And again, first blood drawn by the side of Nixa. They have consistently found it. Eventually, there is a trade. Now, there is a little bit of control around the mid-map, but Drezo, with the help of Adnan below him, this is where you get to see them pick them off, and they know that the players are on islands, if they're not close to one another, and the kills just keep on coming. All of a sudden, it's no solutions in a 1 versus 3. He finds one, but he gets tagged up immediately. No one is close to the trade. It feels like Nixa's playing chess and Highborn is playing checkers, as they have had no answer at in any shape or form for any of the players from Nixa.
I'm not understanding. I mean, this move right here, getting the kill and not backing up to where you came from, is questionable to me. It's like you're going and basically giving an indicator that you're running in an open space, and you've got to assume that there's lines of sight there. But anyway, I will talk with my Plat 3 rank once again. Just not good enough in terms of my knowledge in comparison.
But you're a caster. This is important. Your knowledge is there. Maybe just your gun skills. And I know that's the case for me. So I'm certainly better at talking about the game, and I know what to do. It's just executing it that's difficult. Here comes the streaks. This is going to be so crucial. But one of the players, I think it's no solutions. Actually, no, it's Trip9 who's slipped the net. He's going to find the first blood, and that's the kind of play that you need there. But they know where he is. He gets taken out. Drezo finds another. Backwards and forwards we go 2 versus 3. Again, fantastic utility usage from the side of Nixa, and Hero's now caught on an island. He has this player close to him, but again, map control and timing all there for the side of Nixa.
So the moves now need to be made here from Nixa's side of things to be able to try to get this bomb down, and that's exactly what happens. Now, the break that is going to come in from Highborn needs to be very efficient, and this is where they need to be able to make sure that they're making the best of their lines of sight. And player number 2, that's Heroes. Ooh, I really like that play. Actually, a little bit of a peek outside of Jim, and then trying to be able to pull a little bit of gunfire. Unfortunately, Solutions finding anything but a solution there as the bomb takes himself out, or rather the nade does, and Highborn find themselves essentially 6-0'd. The search and destroy. Not a good look for them.
That is an absolute... I was not expecting that. I thought at least 1 or 2 rounds, but I don't think Adnan died that game, man. I think he ended at, what, 13-0?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, he did. Look, 13-0.
That's madness. I mean, I know you told me not to trust those stats. To be honest, I almost don't want to trust them just compared to what he managed to achieve there. 13-0. Despicable coming in there from Adnan. But now, the third game mode that you said essentially our community is under practice in when it comes down to control. What do you think is going to be the big linchpin here for Highborn to be able to try get their way back in?
They don't want to be caught on attack first round, because looking at how the map control specifically from Nixa on this map is, I imagine they can convert it to most maps, and the fact that it's not Vault means that it was a Nixa pick. They are confident on protocol because everyone wants to play Vault control. So one thing I didn't actually mention before we got into this is that in the preseason, while everyone was going for Dark Matter and all the other teams were figuring everything out, this Nixa squad was putting in time. And that really shows through in their S&D because they played that perfectly. And I mean perfectly to a T. 6 straight rounds, one of their players didn't die at all throughout, and they knew where to look and when to do it. So Nixa looking absolutely devastating on S&D, going to protocol control, which is a map that you generally don't see picked because of the spawn trap that can come through. So because it was their pick, and I assume they are first seed, they should be on attack first, and that's where the side of Highborn really needs to utilize the spawn trap and deny as many ticks as possible, because this map specifically is so defender orientated. It's not even funny. They need to find ticks as quickly as possible, that being next if they are on attack, and obviously Highborn needs to deny that. And there are so many angles on this map, you will see that this will be the first time we see more than 2 ARs. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing 3, 1 at the very least, maybe even all 4.
And I mean, when it comes down to this map, I've got to say that spawn trap that you've mentioned, it is hella scary. When you're backed up and they've essentially taken over your top red, you just find yourself getting pinned down from every single angle that you can't even make your way out of. I think it's helis on your right-hand side. It becomes impossible. And when you get to verse a team like Nixa, that they don't even need to challenge you. They just play you for information, and then next thing you know, a head on your left-hand shoulder is going to pop up and take you out. It's very, very scary. So we are going to take a very short 5-minute break here before we go into the next map, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll be back with you in just a second.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Mythic 24 Championship Sunday for COD, brought to you by the lovely people over at PC Builder, AMD, MSI, Patriot, Red Dragon, Windows 11 PC Game Pass, and Takealot, and of course ACGL, the figurehead himself sitting next to me here. I'm Trout, this is Holden, and we just saw Nixa completely wipe the floor with Highborn in SM.
Yeah, well, we got to watch the start of a very closely fought game in that hard point that ultimately Nixa took 250 to 205. And now when it comes down to Search and Destroy, I mean, I had high hopes for Highborn and they left me high and dry. So for the next one, we're going to go to Control Protocol, which we are both equally scared of, considering that if there's any show of dominance, one of these teams is going to have a real bad time.
100%. And in the break, I got some confirmation that this was actually Highborn's pick, which means they are going to be on attack, starting things off. So a double whammy there, starting off on the unfavored side against a team that very clearly knows how to control the map. And I like what you touched on a little bit earlier as well about how Nixa play around one another. There is less ego Charles from this Nixa side than there is from the Highborn side.
Yeah.
And that's where the baiting and switching and the additional layer of being a structured team comes in, where you have two players shooting as opposed to one trying to shoot two. Anyways, all out, we get to see Adnan and Co. on defense against Highborn on attack, and you can already see them flying to get some lines of sight and control as B in the sights for Highborn. And first blood drawn by Raz with an SMG.
Wow, Raz with the SMG. That is something that we don't see all too often, but at the moment you can see that push at... Oh, actually from Highborn here, just trying to maintain some kind of control on both sides, but it's going to be Drezzo who picks himself up a huge two-piece here, and lives already running out for Highborn as they're 25 to 27. It's not out of reach just yet, but this top control position here currently from Trip 9 is going to be a huge point of contestation for both of these squads.
100%. On to B we go. Drezzo with the first, trying to find a second here. Can't quite find it. It's going to be no solution staying alive. Finding a little bit more tick progression, but Raz finds him in the wings. So right now, it does look like they've stopped the clock on both ends, and that is something you generally don't see on this map, as the first tick at A about to come on through, and Highborn looking very solid for an attacking round here. I actually might eat my words. Goodness gracious me. I would not have challenged that, as the pinch is in from Raz and Enigma. Second tick about to come on through, and it's looking pretty all right here. Down 1 life and Trip 9 on 9, but 3 will fall. Nixa ready back in the driver's seat.
You can see just how they try to control red or blue. If you're on either one of those sides, you've got some kind of control, but ultimately big blue is the big one for both of these teams to be able to try and manage some kind of control over. At the moment, Trip 9 stuck outside of his spawn, now trying to be able to gain some control yet again. But at the moment, with 23 seconds left on the clock, they've got to make a move. They pick up 2 quick kills, make that a 3 as Adnan falls down. And this is going to be a capture opportunity on the A side.
They have 2 players on the point, and now they're going to send another one through into the spawn. That's exactly what you want to see. No solution. Finding kills in bottom blue, like you said. So right now, Trip 9 just being a menace up top. He has the AR in hand now, trying to keep as much control as possible. 2 will fall, and that's going to be the capture denied. No solution has to go massive. He finds 1, but he can't find the second. 3 more will fall, all down to Trip 9. They did a fantastic job of finding at least 2 ticks here, but they haven't been able to commit bodies to the point. A lot of white time unnecessarily. Raz decapping. Oh, here we go. Raz in the spawn, finds 2.
Oh, that was huge from Raz. He somehow stays alive. No Solutions tries to dive his way in. Raz is going to be able to contest, but no. It looks like Solutions got himself on the back end of the barrel of Adnan, who clears it up. And Nixa take a map that they didn't even want in the first place.
Well, first round secured.
Oh, round, yeah.
But 2 ticks. So if Highborn can replicate what Nixa did a little bit more aggressively and maybe get that spawn trap a little bit more in tune, it will be very different. But this 3-piece looks illegal. And remember how I spoke about that the Jackal is the dirt-all weapon, and you see Raz playing with an SMG? That just tells you how powerful it is currently.
It's absolutely ludicrous. I mean, that Jackal at the moment seems to be the weapon that everybody's running across the board, and got to say, I was pretty surprised initially, but you can understand when they're trying to work their way basically through that control room at the bottom to be able to assert that control at Big Blue, it becomes very, very difficult for anybody to be able to contest that. And at the moment, No Solutions doing exactly that with the Jackal at range as he gets a headshot there on Enigma, and Hero is going to maintain that defense. Now, when it comes down to controlling the space, we are actually going to be able to jump into a little bit of the comms of Highborn to hear what they're going through at this point in time.
How's it getting through, gents? 2 on A, 1 mid gun, probably up bottom building, up bottom building. No one's on B, why are we giving up A? Wow.
Front time, one shot at non, like close to our building.
Let's see time. Deep lane, guys. One to football
Up bottom
building.
building, non-weak. There's 2 on A. One's pushing P2 right now, bro. They're trying to get back spawn. Nice, Alex, good way. We're looking for non as well. I'm pretty sure that bottom building. I don't know if we can stop this A.
Good time, one shot, one shot.
Let's just stay B.
Okay, don't chill, daddies. Don't chill, don't chill.
I'm in this.
One up bottom building. Up bottom building right
Dead
now.
though.
Right, mid gun, mid gun.
Yeah,
He's jumping down on time now.
They're probably gonna be on our
He's on
spawn.
B.
He's gonna be on our spawn. Yeah, one up back spawn, gents. One up back spawn on me.
No top, Jameen, bro. The house,
Gents,
the
I'm
house.
fucking screaming at dude. I'll back spawn.
Yeah.
He's
Do we know where he went?
probably out now.
I don't know, it's Raz, dude.
He's holding them.
All right,
So-
as we return, I've got to say, Heroes is sounding distraught at this point in time. A person that you look for leadership a lot, but when he's currently 1 and 11, I hope those stats are balked for his sake.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Those comms sounded like they've lost already.
Yeah.
that is just, it is so defeated already, and it's translating to gameplay. They're getting frustrated with one another. That's just, it's not what you want to hear. And Knicks are just absolutely capitalizing on it. They had a fantastic start. They got the kills when they needed to, and I think it all started off when Heroes got irritated by them leaving A, allowing the capture,
Yeah.
and sending players to B. And I mean, that's a fair point, right? You want to be using your resources correctly, and it might have been a bit of an overstep from the other side, but again, you got to stay cool, calm, and collected in these situations. Otherwise, this is what's going to happen. 2-0 down in control, staring down the barrel of a 3-0.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that I always say the fifth man in any kind of game is your communication, and ultimately it did sound very, very slow. Didn't sound like that there was a lot of energy there, and I'm very interested to being able to see if we get the opportunity of what Knicks are communicating like on their side of things. But at the moment, we jump on board with Raz. We'll make his way directly through the middle. At the moment, Anand takes down Trip 9. Drezzo picks himself up a kill. It is all raining in the white of Nixer as Adnan looks to be able to clean that up. Unfortunately for him, Solutions will be able to pick that up, and it looks like my wish has been granted as we jump on board with Nixer on the listening.
Close middle me, you push up middle, guys. He's on board.
He's dead.
Nice, boys.
Deep right, Eddie. He's their middle building. Their building.
Yeah, they're bottom.
I'm just gonna
Guys, I have hold stairs. I have hold of stairs, guys. Hold their stairs.
I have your middle. Watch your top, though. Watch your
I'll
top.
tell you to go left, Ali. I'll tell you to go
Alright,
left.
alright.
Put him one shot.
Sal's are probably its spiral,
Yeah,
eh?
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sal-
Stairs,
oh, no, he's
stairs.
dead.
Come on, Alex stairs, guys.
Yeah, wait. Stairs.
Nice, good job. Look for one. Kaden, look
I'm
for
their
Kaden.
middle.
I'm looking at
No,
middle.
he's by their bottom building. Their bottom
Yeah,
building.
he's still there.
no, no,
Spiral, you went spiral.
Okay, I'm watching.
I got
I get bottom.
bottom.
Yeah, I get bottom.
That's one on there.
Yeah, he's going up bottom, man. He's going up bottom.
Oh, that's
Hey,
a
Dad.
window. That's a window now.
Bottom, dead.
Nice. Abby.
Yeah.
They're on air,
One on there. Oh, one's their top window and one's on there.
I can get top window now. Top window, Kaden, dead.
Nice, good kill.
I'm letting it.
I don't know where he's on point. Point, dead. Oh, one shot point. Yeah, one top window.
Stun
Okay.
point.
Top window.
Chalk and cheese, if we're being honest here.
Yeah.
As you could hear the level of hype, even the way they're communicating to each other. And there's something else that I noticed there is they give a comm, and then there is a reciprocation from another teammate saying, I hear you, which is something we didn't hear from the side of Highborn.
Yeah.
So they're obviously very clearly communicating with one another. Converts now, 20 seconds left, 2 ticks found, 10-19. Look, I don't want to be that guy, but it's not looking good for Highborn.
Yeah, I mean, Highborn would need to pick up the sweep of sweeps at this point in time. With only 7 lives in the back pocket, the call-out will be made that somebody was top gun, I'm sure. And just like the Mavericks that they are, the Nixon team will be the top gun for this one. As it does look like Nigma picks himself up, but 2-piece turns around. Unfortunately for him, will not be able to clean that up with Solutions. As look at the time on the clock. He's going to need to be able to stay alive for this full hold. And that's exactly what they do. But Drezzo shuts down the door on Heroes as now they only have 3 players left. It's a very, very difficult game of search and destroy. And judging by their previous search, I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to stand up to this challenge.
Oh, Heroes has to find something else, unable to find it other than death, as it's going to be another set of trades. Again, the trade is just working out. Drezo finding more from the top ropes, finding the double. 3-0 in control, 3-0 in the series. Nixa, wow.
Yeah.
That is a beating.
Yeah, beating of note. And Highborn falling into the losers bracket might be a better thing for them, just to try build up a little bit of momentum. That's being said, Skibbity that is going to be waiting them on the other side. I don't necessarily think that's going to be an easy challenge in itself. But Nixa, I love to jump into those comms and just listen as long as possible, because ultimately they do show a couple of really good traits in terms of their team. As you mentioned, the position and also the follow-ups, but even the motivation is like good. I'm going to swear, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, I caution you. But just, hey, good shit. Well done. Good job. Whatever that might be.
Massive
is that,
skill. Anything.
Yeah.
Just some words of reassurance, you know?
Yes.
Affirmation goes a long way in these games.
100%.
And we always talk about how the mental game is 80% of the battle. And just the difference in comms, you could hear how defeated Highborn was compared to Nixa, and that alone translates to their gameplay. And Raz making these insane plays, as well as Adnan and Enigma. Everyone took their turn being an absolute spear, let alone a thorn, in the side of Highborn. And again, control played perfectly. They played even better. So Highborn sent to the loser bracket, not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. They have time now for a reset, getting back into this, and they can come back because it is a best of 7. It's not a bracket reset. So they have every right to win the grand finals, but they need to find something. I'm not sure what that something is, but it needs to be found.
Well, right now they need to find themselves a map just to be able to start things off with. Who knows, maybe this entire game would have shifted on its head if that Vault went in their favor. But now it doesn't look like we're going to go shopping on Rewind, and nor will we jump back to Protocol. So what that means, ladies and gentlemen, is Nixa have found their way towards the grand finals, uncontested in the best of 7, which is going to be a really, really exciting one. But now the match remains of Skibbity taking on Highborn, and who's going to be able to come on top. Now, we do have some interesting matchups on that side of things, Charts. Before we jump to, I guess, our break, are there any final thoughts on the losers bracket final that we're about to see?
Well, now, if you're Skibbity, you're smiling from ear to ear because they're coming into this defeated. So they can either go about it as in, wow, okay, these guys are already defeated. We might as well put that final nail in the coffin. Or from the side of Highborn, at least they can be like, okay, right, we've been knocked out. Now's the time for the reset. We're going to come back like a bat out of hell. But only time will tell. We don't even know the maps or anything like that. But the last thing I want to say is, Skibbity, I love that name.
Yep. Skibbity bop bop bop. Try to even learn that dance myself one day, and I will not share that footage with anybody, and nor was it recorded. Thank God for that. But for right now, we're going to be jumping into a little bit of a break as we get ready for the losers bracket final. Listen to yourself some music, get yourself some snacks. If you're in Cape Town, get yourself warm. Whereas if you're on the northern side of South Africa, you guys are already hot enough as it is. Make sure you get yourself a drink as we resume with the series. It is the losers bracket final, and that is going to be Skibbity taking on Highborn.
One's the top window and one's on it.
I get top window now. Top window, Kaden, dead.
Nice, good kill.
Wait again.
South of Police fire, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
South,
Yes,
nice,
yes.
nice.
Alex is, guys.
Yeah, wait. Stay.
Nice.
Say top window and one's on air.
I get top window now. Top window, Kaden, dead.
Nice, good kill.
I'm waiting here.
South of Police fire, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
South, nice, nice.
Alex is.
Yeah, wait. Stay.
Nice.
Say top window and one's on air.
I get top window now. Top window, Kaden, dead.
Nice, good kill.
I'm waiting here.
South of Police fire, right?
Yes,
Yeah. South, nice, nice.
Alex is.
Yeah, wait. Stay.
Nice.
stay top window and one's on A.
I can get top window now. Top window, Kaden, dead.
I'm
Nice, good kill.
letting it. I'm letting it.
Salsa probably in smart lane.
Yes,
Yeah.
Come on, Alex is, guys.
Yeah, wait. Dead.
Nice. Stay top window and one's on A.
I can get top window now. Top window, Kaden, dead.
I'm
Nice, good kill.
letting it. I'm letting it.
Salsa probably in smart lane.
Yes,
Yeah. Salsa,
Come on, Alex is, guys.
Yeah, wait. Dead.
Nice. Top window and one's on A.
I can get top window now. Top window, Kaden, dead.
Nice, good kill.
I'm letting it. I'm letting it.
alright.
Put him one shot. Put him one shot.
Salsa probably inspire,
Clear, clear,
yeah.
Yeah.
Salsa,
Clear,
nice,
clear.
nice.
Alex is, guys.
Yeah, wait. Mid.
Nice. Say top window and one's on air.
I get top window now. Top window, Kaden, dead.
Nice, good kill. Waiting again.
Put him one shot. Put him one shot.
Salsa probably inspire,
Clear,
yeah.
clear, clear.
Yeah. Salsa, nice, nice, nice.
Alex is, guys.
Yeah, wait. Mid.
Nice. Say top window and one's on air.
I get top window now. Top window, Kaden, dead.
Nice, good kill. Waiting again.
Salsa probably inspire,
Clear,
yeah.
clear.
Salsa, nice, nice.
Alex is, guys.
Yeah, wait. Mid.
Nice. top window and one's in there.
I can top window now. Top window, Kaden, dead.
Nice, good kill.
Wait again.
Salsa probably hit spiral.
Yes, yes,
eh?
yes.
Oh,
Yes,
nice,
yes.
nice,
Come on, Alex is, guys.
Yeah, wait. Dead.
nice. It's top window and one's in there.
I can top window now. Top window, Kaden, dead.
Nice, good kill.
Wait again.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Mythic 24 Championship Sunday, and it's on Call of Duty. My name is Trout, this is Holden, and it's brought to you by the lovely people over at PC Builder, AMD, MSI, Patriot, Red Dragon, Windows 11, PC Game Pass, and Takealot, and of course ACGL. And again, they have put up a lot of money. Mr. Holden, how much exactly have they put up?
20,000 Rand in cash. But you know what? If you want to get more context, how did Call of Duty get this prize pool? Well, we essentially had the battle of the brands, or the battle of the titles, as Rocket League came closest to be able to try dethrone the Call of Duty ZA community. But no, Call of Duty stood true, stood tall, and now they stand to take it all. It is going to be 10,000 Rand in cash for first place, second place 5,000, third place 3,000, and fourth place 2,000 Rand in cash. Now, there's a lot to bet on in terms of this event overall, and if you're a betting man, you would have found yourself on the side of Nixa, the smart choice in terms of being able to win the first match of today. But unfortunately, I am not that smart person, as I decided to bet on Highborn, and I find myself high route to the losers bracket. as it's going to be Highborn taking on Skibbity, the name that we love to say off the stream as much as possible, as we've been singing a couple of their songs on that side of things. But now let's see if we're going to sing their praises. This is going to be Skibbity taking on Highborn. Going into this match overall, you're more than welcome to be able to put in who you think is going to be winning, hashtag HVZA or hashtag SKB. Now, Trot, I have to ask you the question. Are you going to be skibbiting your way forward, or are you going to see Highborn making their way through?
I think I'm going to be taking the high road this time round, as Highborn, they have the caliber of players. I know every single person bar Medicine on the side of Skibbity. So I don't actually know who that is, and maybe somebody in chat can let me know what that name change was. But either way, I think now the fire has been lit underneath them. And if it hasn't, it's going to be shown out the gates, right? We're going to see where their head is at from their first set of engagements in that HP. So I think that they have the potential to really wipe the floor with Skibbity if they want to play to the best ability. But they just went down 3-0 to Nixa, and the control and the SD, that was bad. So maybe they have been completely checked out, but we just have to wait and see. And you, what are you feeling?
Well, Skibbity, if you're talking about wiping things, their icon is none other than the piece of that toilet roll. So let's see if they're going to be able to wipe down Highborn, or if, like you mentioned, Highborn's going to be able to move forward. Now, when it comes down to Skibbity, their team that we've come to expect here on this side of things is going to be a little bit, I don't know, maybe cold at hands, as we've got Coach Schemes, Medicine, as well as Platty. Highborn, I can't really say that they're probably going to go into this one with a lot of confidence. That being said, they're starting off where they were most closely fought up against their opposition in Nixa, and that's to the Vault. And who knows, maybe they've learned a couple of things from their mistakes made in that map, number one.
100%, and who knows, maybe we'll get to watch the whole map, as we did obviously lag out in the first one, because this game is flawless in every way, shape and form. But regardless, it's going to be pretty much Vault center for this series if we run the distance, because like you said, starting off on Vault, going over to Rewind, which we haven't seen yet, and then Vault again for Control, which is the one people generally pick. That's why I was so surprised by the protocol. And then if we go to Game 4, it's going to be Skyline, the bow cage of this game, if you will. And then to end it off, we'll be going back to Vault if we run the distance, like I said. What do you want to see out of Skibbity? Because we already know that the breaks from Highborn can be so perfect. What are you looking at Skibbity for the start and mid portion of this first map?
So, I mean, from their players, I do want to see a little bit more of those closely contested gunfights where essentially they're not full committing in terms of the chills. I mean, that's one of the things that we've seen from Nixa on their side of things that they did so well. We're talking about it in the background. I almost got very distracted by your dog just having the best merry time in the bed.
I didn't even realize he's here.
But that's the thing. I mean, to take the lead of the dog is that use the example of essentially creating their attention on one person and the next person utilizing their comms to be able to come up with that secondary shot. We see that done so well and so proficiently from Nixa that they don't ego chull, as you called it previously. They really make sure they utilize that information to give themselves the best opportunity to win those gunfights. So for me, this is not necessarily about P1. We've mentioned this time and time again, but as things start to play in towards that P3, P4, that's where this game is really going to get separated between these two teams. And I'm excited to see Skibbity come out of the gates here, and I want to see how Highborn bounce back. And I think their voice comms once again are going to be a big mental understander for us to be able to see how these players are coping inside of these spaces. So Skibbity, they've got a huge opportunity here in this hardpoint to utilize the momentum that was built up against their opposition and to try utilize that mental kind of fortitude or mental progressive attitude to be able to make sure that they can play up against their opposition in the correct way. Whereas when it comes down to Highborn, it's all about bouncing back, man, and this is their opportunity to do that. They
got to get their gunny up, not their funny up right now, as they really caught you off guard with that one.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
So yeah, Highborn, they have the potential, they have the caliber of players. I was told in the break there that maybe Heroes was having a bit of a connection issue. He is obviously out in the bundus of the Tull, so maybe that is where things could be a little bit shaky for him. But regardless, we get to see if true tried and tested strategical play comes up against the chaos that is Alex Solutions here on Highborn as we load in to map number 1, Vault HP.
All right, so as we get ready for map number 1 here, we want to find out from you guys in the chat who you think is going to be able to take this one. As we start on the side of Skibbity, and we're on board with Kendrick.
Okay, we have different names.
Yeah.
Kendrick. I'm not even going to... Senpai, I'm just going to call him that. Coach is first to fall by the hands of Trip 9, and Trip 9 finds 2, but Kendrick round the back end yelling, "Mustard!" Trying to find a few more of these kills as time is now ticking over for Skibbity.
All right, Skibbity picking up the early points here, and once again, it's all about those rotations towards P2, and you can see already Zaza trying to make his way all the way across to that bottom side as first time on the hill is going to be picked up here from Skibbity. As Zaza once again asserting some control outside of pool, but they're going to need a challenge, and that challenge now coming in from No Solutions.
They find the last little bit of time here as the split spawn comes in. That's a huge one to win around the back end now. All eyes on Trip 9 to be that root man. He has to win an insane 1v2 here, as on the pop it is actually going to be Highborn finding the first bit of time, but it's going to be Senpai and Ko finding a double in the mid map. So right now the spawn's so mixy as ever. Trip 9, I don't know how he's still alive, eventually traded. So it looks like a little bit of control, breathing a sigh of relief is going to be the side of Skibbity as they get those spawns in the first bit of time here.
Yeah, this has got to be very concerning for Highborn. I mean, they came in trying to be able to fight for those spawns early on and found themselves traded out. But as I say that, it seems like No Solution turns on the heater here. And the players from Skibbity are going to find themselves facing a hail of gunfire. But protecting the spawns, No Solution somehow gets the shots through the doorway.
It's just Schemes v No Solutions, and there's currently No Solution to him as he's still alive by some miracle. Has had his regen stopped there, but eventually Kendrick around the back end gets the kills. So it looks like it's going to be a break-heavy gameplay from the side of Highborn, as they couldn't win the rotations, but they could simply kick down the door, FBI open up, it's No Solutions.
All right, so as we've got 12 seconds left on the hill, we go towards P3 and number 2, that's Heroes, trying to assert that top control. And let's see if they're going to be able to hold it here as couple of seconds left on the clock, and the rotations are going to need to come in from Skibbity, but it does look like there's some good mid control being picked up here by Zaza. 2 big trades coming out from Skibbity as they work their way through, and now it's all about trying to fight with those players, and it does look like Skibbity have managed to not only just come up with the gunfights, they've secured themselves. Looks like the Spawns coach actually coming up with a clutch kill there.
Absolutely. I mean, again, we get to see a team rotate. What is that spawn?
Oh,
okay. Okay, Hero's blessed with, or No Solution blessed with a perfect spawn, and he's going to get the kill to follow it up. So now it's 1 player left on the hill. That's just going to be Kendrick, as the split spawns are full in effect here, as actually the side of Skibbity's spawning in Narnia has to find their way through the wardrobe back onto the point now. Senpai trying to get kills in the mid-map, unable to do that, as right now full control of the point for the majority, going the way of Highborn, but a lot of white time. Having said that, now comes the child, Trip 9 looking for a double, able to find the first and the second with the help of his teammates. So Spawns now about to be 1. Schemes has a huge one to win.
Huge one to win as he's jam-packed between 2. I feel still bad about Coach's Spawn there. That he held down the area, but still had somebody spawning up behind him. Another side of things, Schemes now doing exactly that, scheming his way in, as it is going to be Trip 9 that turns around. Schemes gets the kill. And now controlling on the hill, Schemes picks up another big one and now needs to shut down the doorway. Schemes on 3 as looking very solid for his team, and now we'll be able to assert that top balcony control as well.
Zaza winning a big one in the mid-map, but again, that is just the spawn system being so topsy-turvy here. As you can see, that top art control also key. The kills now working out for the side of Skibbity as they're securing the majority of time going forwards here. Now comes the contest, Zaza eventually taken out. And again, we speak about how one person can make a massive play there. Schemes finding that 3-piece. The fact that he actually got the second one there, even though he was down so much in HP, is crazy to me, because no one chilled him and they knew he was weak. Regardless, that is pretty much a full 60 to the side of Skibbity. We go over towards the next hill. Coach already playing for P2 Spawns. Fantastic kills on rotation. Skibbity looking like the team to beat currently, actually.
Yeah, so Skibbity and Coach now on the backside of things will be able to pick up yet another kill, as all the players are going to need to filter through the top side here from Highborn. And for the first time, we have an opportunity to hear exactly what is going on in the Skibbity team chat.
Turn out deep left, Tristan.
I think I got deep left. I think it's something deep left. Progress cat. Skip yes, cat. This little guy just playing cat, bro.
Archer's one shot. Their Archer's one shot. No solution. They could be 2.
One top cat.
I spawned out.
Turn on, Josh. Turn on. Wait for now. We're in the lead right now, so let's go left.
This guy back spawn to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
for it. Okay, you go. I'm just trying to slip to you.
One shot back.
It's 2-0, bro. 2-0.
I can beat you, man. I can beat you.
We
They're both
beat
looking
I can't do
outside.
anything. I'm falling back.
Oh, bro, I don't know which the 2-time. Connector and right pillar.
I got one.
No, dead.
Other guy old. Other guy's not old. I'm running to cats. I'm running to cats.
I'm going for
Offset's
spawns.
menu.
One's in you. Full HP.
Telling me old. They are.
Just play your life in the back.
He's
Play
like,
your life in the
back
back.
off. Get him, nearly there. Fuck, my truck, help me, truck, yeah.
Yeah, I'm nading
Oh,
over.
they're
One's
down,
push,
they're
top cat.
Yeah, I'm fucking stunned here, bro. Top
Jaden,
cat.
Top Cat's gonna kill me.
Top cat, weak. I got time.
One time.
Okay, thanks, last time.
I don't see the guy top cats. And he ran away.
So Skibidi, I mean, decent comps. I gotta say, energy feels a little bit lacking for me. But other than that, they're still holding pretty well here up against the Highborn team. And taking a look at just in terms of elims, No Solutions is popping off.
I mean, that's exactly what you expect from a player of his caliber, especially on the map where he had a good one to start off in the previous series. He's playing very well here. And on the break now, 17 seconds left, the rotation coming through. Will we see another version of an absolute chaotic spawn system coming through? Zaza now in the same spot as Heroes last time round, but he gets taken out. Kendrick schemes in the mid-map, finding a couple of these kills. And it looks like the spawns have been flipped on their head once more as by some miracle Highborn in the back end. And I just want to say thank you very much for some of the challenges guys out in the chat right now.
Hey.
Huge international eyes. You love that. Major C, Tom, you're a legend.
All right, don't know you, Tom, but big love to you for joining us in the chat. But for right now, Kendrick trying to jump on the side, and it does look like Skibidi still managed to assert some kind of control, but it's all about these back spawns. And at the moment, there's player number 8 making his way through. Scheme's going to be able to pave the way, and this time they're not going to have the unfortunate spawns, but it does look like we've got an opportunity to jump on board with the comms of Highborn. Let's have a little bit of a listen.
One shot, deep rats.
We flip.
One flip behind me. I'm living. Yo,
Where's
make sure you
Coach?
block, James. Make sure you block.
Playing for coach, I'm playing for coach.
Okay, one mid, one coming line. Listen, one coming line.
Looking for coach.
I'm holding.
Looking for coach, though, I think.
Yeah. Trying to help you.
Okay, lost two front, lost
Alex,
two
I have
front.
an issue. I have an issue.
I'm good top, I'm good top.
Kendrick.
Yeah, I'll spawn out. I can get these guys in the back.
Keep left one,
Kendrick,
absolute.
Kendrick,
One more.
I'll spawn out.
I'm in the back, I'm playing the back.
Okay, listen to me. They're gonna be
He's
coming
at the
full
back.
side.
Coach,
Yeah.
Date.
Nah, stay back,
Holding
stay
out
back.
of
One more on me. There's one shot.
To right side, both low.
One
Absolute
shot
Kendrick
at the
right
back.
side.
Watch your right, Crotter. No, your back.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Spawn here, spawn here.
Okay,
Spawn in the back, I spawn in the back.
focus the back, guys. There's one coming front door.
I'm stunned. I'm full stun. Set on me. Full stun.
Nice, Alex. Get some. I'm going top.
He's
What?
plus
Front,
child
front,
door again. He's gonna child door again.
Absolute Kendrick.
Tag twice. In time.
Yeah,
Oh no.
chill now. Give me time.
I'd stand him at the back as well, bro.
Yo, background on you,
Back
coming in
to
the
back.
back, coming in the back.
Yeah.
Coach the back there.
Nice.
Waiting for you guys.
Absolute. No, he's front door.
One.
No, but okay. Make sure we go on you, gents. Make sure we go on you.
Oh, so compared to the last time we had to listen with him, very, very different. Nice bit of commanding from Heroes there, telling them what to do and where to do it. But right now, even though they had spawns there, I still feel like it wasn't a full 60 to them. And again, it's just a chaotic version of what P4 should not look like, in my opinion. It should be just control all round. Either way, here we go. P1 once more.
Yeah, despite the players dripping in one at a time from Skibidi, they still managed to keep that challenge and then somehow flip it on its head. So relying really heavily on some clutch plays from their teammates, where you really shouldn't be having them in those non-tradable positions, but still came out on top. But we come back to now it's on P1 with 30 seconds remaining. You can see that the rotations are going to need to be made here towards P2, as that still is going to be heavily contested. But Spawn's currently in favor of Skibidi with 25 seconds left on the clock. Both of these teams tied up. And now the points will slowly but surely start ticking in favor of Highborn, who are going to try control this space at the moment. It's Heroes on the backside. No Solutions once again coming up huge. And this is going to be Skibidi with a little bit of running distance now that they need to be able to cover as they work their way forward.
Again, it's really looking like rotations mean very little at this point, as this game is just going to give you back spawns regardless. As Hero's got an amazing spawn there on the pop. It's going to be Trip 9 in the point now, finding a little bit more time. Hero's in the back end, trying to find a huge one, staying alive for now, but Scheme's hunting as per usual. He eventually gets the kill, so now that's him around the back end. And now the spawns have flipped, and we get to see another closely contested P2. Schemes trying to work his way around, finding a double. He knows there's more. He's pre-firing through the door. Gets a couple of hit markers, but right now still able to break the hill. Not quite. It's going to be Coach, the man to draw the final blow. Coach finds another not quite. Again, spawns. Topsy-turvy. I've just had my eyes glued on this minimap, and I can't read to save my life.
But for right now, it does look like Skibidi are going to try get the clock counting down a little bit slower, but it doesn't look like they're going to have much of it. They're going to need to jump in, and Kendrick, and that I believe is none other than Medicine, trying to be able to do the work at range, as 10 seconds is all that they require. They can win it all for this heal. Trip Nines falls down, and it's going to be Mr. Platty, the furthest forward, not going to be able to make his way just in, but from the backside, they remain contested. Does look like we're going to make our way towards P3. Who's making the rotations? And oh, it does look like Highborn are there and ready to claim the points. Not going to be enough time to clock.
I mean,
that is map number 1 to Highborn.
Map number 1, and it felt like it was Highborn trailing the entirety, and then eventually they just changed P1 to P2. Granted, off of the back of a crazy spawn, but they managed to hold it for long enough to stretch that clock and then put the pressure on Skibidi to have to rotate over towards P3 and sort of juggle whether or not they allow the scrap time. But then at the last second, they realized they couldn't push the hill. And then this is where the spawns again came back to bite them, as they sent too many players back towards the hill, flipped them out completely, and that just left P3 completely open for Highborn. And they just waltzed Matilda their way right onto the W.
Player of the map there, 40 bombing it all down. Is No Solutions with 41 for 17. Huge plays coming in from him, as we also see him pick up that play of the game, essentially. Now, No Solutions, definitely a player that plays off of his momentum, and definitely a one to try shut down early on. Now, when it comes down to Skyline, we saw Highborn. I mean, it was a map previously that was very, very dangerous. That's why we're not going to see it in the second round, but we are going to rewind, I believe, in terms of the search and destroy.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you think Highborn can shake off some of their SND woes in terms of rewind?
Well, look, they're going to need to, right? They're obviously playing a very different team here in Skibidi, and Skibidi, their pace is something that I want to put a lot of focus onto. They play very quickly, and you can see that by which they managed to get a couple of those breaks early on and find good rotational time, even though it doesn't feel like it. We always talk about how rotation is so key. In this game, didn't feel like that so much, but the pace at which Skibidi is currently playing is very high. And that is something that Highborn needs to either match or counter. And if they're not going to play at the same pace, they need to be holding on the angles, because it can come down and really they can be picked to pieces through the mid-map or wherever there are potential flank routes, because that's exactly what happened on Skyline. The side of Nixa played very quickly, but in the same breath, they played quickly with backup. So it would be additional players running a route and information gain, and then there would be another challenge from a spot where you generally wouldn't expect, and that's not what Highborn has been doing. They've sort of been sending it balls to the wall every single time, and they've been cut down at the knees. So if they can adjust their play correctly and play the game that they want to play, as opposed to sort of trying to tailor towards how Skibidi's playing, then they could absolutely shake off those woes. But a 6-0 is a very, very difficult one to come back from, because now you're shaken in your overall game style. You're not sure if it normally works, or maybe Nick's just played out of their skin. So I don't know. In terms of comms, I think that this is where they have to sort of like reset and figure out exactly what they want to do, and not allow the first SD to get to them.
Well, last time they lost the hard point, they lost the search and destroy just as badly, and now with a little bit of momentum in their pocket, let's see what they can pick up here, or essentially go shopping for in terms of rewind. I gotta say one thing, I don't mind rewind in terms of search and destroy, but there's one thing that still to this day gets me a little bit frustrated. It's those doors all around the map, and essentially ways to be able to break through. Audio queue central as you find your way in towards the mid site, and when it comes down to wrapping away down those sides, also extremely tricky if you've got a solid AR. But both of these teams now going head to head. I want to see the head jump up positions onto the trash cans. I want to be able to see those trick plays. Let's see what they're going to be able to do, as at the moment it's going to be Skibidi on the defensive side of things and Highborn on attack.
Oh, the aggression from Highborn here, though. Straight into the point we go. No solutions. Fears no evil. He will be able to find information. Guess worth his life. That's actually worth its weight in gold, if we're being honest here. So now they know where they want to go and roughly how to do it. But still, Kendrick, who is Braxy, if you're wondering, trying to get aggressive on the other end. But this is where No Solution can be caught with his pants down. And that's exactly right. Skeeves with the first blood.
A little bit of an overzealous push coming in there from No Solutions. You thought he maybe bought his life back when he went his way through Zigzag, but will get taken down, as Trip 9's going to bring things a little bit more evenly weighted to a 3v3, as it does look like a big rotation coming out from Highborn.
Yeah, right through the spawn we go. Seems like they're swapping sides altogether, trying to get that bomb down on B, but you absolutely well read by Schemes. Oh no, COD timing at its finest. That has left the door wide open. Will he be able to see one? He sees one, looking for the second. So he will be able to deny this plant unless he is spotted out. Quick trade though, 2v2.
2v2 indeed, and they don't think they've got information on Zaza just yet. Heroes jumps towards the site, 21 seconds left on the clock. Probably going to need to make a move here, as does look like he'll get picked up, and the follow-up. Whoa, huge plays coming in there from Platty.
Senpai, Platty, whatever his name is now, that was a fantastic reposition. And I like that because he saw the player and Caden going for that plant mine. They had a little bit of a time cushion there, so maybe trying to get that bomb down as quick as possible wasn't the best play. Maybe wait for this child because it was coming. And that's exactly right. And he knows that there is a player in courtyard because he just got his team and his teammate was just taken out there. Easy reads, easy double. Skibidi, first round under their belt.
Okay, so Highborn's trajectory of losing 7 rounds of search and destroy in a row continues at this point in time. But let's see what they're going to be able to do on the defensive side of things as Coach picks up a lovely long-range kill as he takes down Trip 9 at range.
Kendrick just trying to find as much information, listening as he can. Heroes and no solutions, though, go back to back, putting the life count back in favor of Highborn here. So they might have a bit more map control. Kendrick gives away his position. Will they be able to make this read? There's no solutions. Gets taken out. 2v2. But the trade
indeed.
instant.
And the call-up must have been made that they were both together, but Highborn bring that down really nice and quickly.
First round of SD today.
Yeah, it's the first one of today, but I've got to say the speed of which they're playing these search and destroys seems frantic at this point. I mean, we've seen some pushes coming together. I mean, I'm glad that the two Highborn players were there to be able to possibly trade that out in 2v1. It is textbook stuff. But when it comes down to just how fast this is being played, I've got to say it's crazy. I mean, we asked that question a little bit earlier when it comes down to search and destroy in South Africa. Sometimes we play it a little bit too slowly. At the moment, it feels like full gas on the pedal.
Almost turning it into a game of TDM where they're really looking for those first bloods to start things off, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. Heroes at this long range looking for Coach. He does spot him out, but that's just going to be information gathered for now. Kendrick, so close and personal, but no solution. Makes the read, finds the first blood. Life count now advantage for the side of Highborn. Oh, goodness.
Right, oh, good play there from Trip 9 and no solutions to be able to get that one as they bring it down to a 4v2 situation. Schemes and Coach with it all to do as it looks like the bomb will get planted. On that A side.
They're very far apart though, but that timing has to be. Oh my goodness!
No! Oh my gosh, Schemes, get yourself a box and put that over your head because you don't want to be seen in public right now. As oh my gosh, no solutions did him dirty.
Okay, we'll see you on Twitter.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, so shaky start there for the side of Skibidi, converted to a shaky round, as I don't even think there was one player that fell for the side of Highborn in that one.
Oh. That's
really
crazy. From no solutions, just snapping on him. Say, not today, son. Please take a seat. Go check out a video and get yourself a little bit of a breather.
Check your sense. Is your aim assist on anything at this point? We need to find some form of an excuse. Regardless, here we go. Round number 4. And aggression not stopping anytime soon. First blood now drawn by Senpai. But you can see the entire rotation from the side of Highborn, right through the back of the map we go. Yeah. It's just number 7. He's the only one who can cut them down, Coach. But I think he gets some poor timing, so he doesn't know the people are nearby. Here comes the first set of bloods. Who's going to take it? Trip 9. And then Zaza. So all of a sudden, Senpai left. And
seems to happen a lot.
Yeah.
It's twice now that this has happened where essentially first blood gets picked up by Skibidi and then it's those long-range trades, which is quite perplexing. I mean, if you take a look at the spread here from Highborn, how far away their players actually are from one another. But you can see this information definitely towards that B site at the moment as 3 arrows descend upon one. And that is going to be Zaza that picks up the kill as the bomb gets left. And we get a couple of shots to the bodies and a couple of bags being essentially picked up or checked out of the video store.
100%. And that's going to be the 3rd round in a row for the side of Highborn here. And I don't know if it's just a lack of knowledge on this map specifically, but it really does feel like Skibidi is not covering the correct lanes because it's happened 2 rounds in a row now where the side of Highborn has slipped the net and gotten right into their sport.
I don't know. Maybe this is Highborn actually doing a lot of homework here because you could see actually early on when we question no solutions is like, why are you overextending? Why are you going that far? Maybe they've got some information here in terms of Skibidi and how they're playing it. Is that it seems like very single, 1 or 2 lane dominates. And that's all they leave it to. But looking at their spread at the moment in terms of defense, they send 2 middle and 1 down each side. Let's just see if they can hold it though.
Well, first set of trades will rain across the map right now. 3v3. There's no solutions has been sent to an early grave, but Trip9 is there to pick up his trade. 2 versus 3. Kendrick, we'll see you in the next round. Oh, and Zaza's there to find another. All of a sudden, it's now Coach left in a 1 versus 3. He knows who one of the players are, but he can't win his one. Highborn on a roll, 4 in a row.
There we go. Big plays coming out of Highborn as they're turning this one back into their favor in a big, big way. I'm just talking about search and destroy overall. And this is the exact confidence booster that they're going to need here going into map number 3. Obviously, they've got the 1-0, but if anything, this is a good opportunity for them to be able to get their hands warm and get some strategies a little bit more tightened should they make it into their matchup against Nixa. At the moment, on the attacking side of things, it is going to be a different challenge of sorts, and let's see if they do mix it up a little bit here from Skibidi.
Well, they need to find that first blood and then not get traded. I think that's very important. Okay, well, you can see a little bit more of a cautious play coming out of Skibidi now, as they've been punished so many times for their aggressive play, but no solution's going to be punished for some shaky shots, as Kendrick is taken out eventually, so it's going to be a 3v3 quick trade. But A control pretty much there. But look at the player number 1. Of course, it's Trip9 that managed to get around the back end by some miracle. Once more, maybe going to find Coach as well if his timing is good. Oh, he sees him. But Coach makes the read 2v2. Oh, 2v1 actually. Hero's lost alive.
There we go. Hero's now left alone. Caden in a 1v2. And I mean, we haven't seen too many clutch plays, and this is the man to be able to do it at the moment. Takes a couple of shots.
Oh, no!
Oh, my gosh. But they do lose the round. But maybe a little bit of bragging rights coming in there from Caden.
Oh, that's another round for Skibidi, and that got very close very quickly. If he managed to make that slide and get into the building, that could have been a very different turn of events. But he was down to his last set of HP, eventually taken out. So Skibidi take another round, and I think it was actually a good start there for them to not play so aggressively. And they were lucky that, unfortunately, Alex did not hit his shots, and he was punished for it. So you got to take your wins when you can, and right now that's exactly what Skibidi is doing.
All right, now on the attacking side of things, Highborn, I kind of like that play from Zaza, actually utilizing that dumpster for defensive, especially when they knew that Coach couldn't have that line of sight. All too useful at the moment. It doesn't look like we've got an RCXD out on the field.
And I think it's from Caden. Yes, indeed. So he knows. Well, this is actually just a very good deterrent, right? You have now cleared the site. You can get the bomb down because they don't want to push it because he can just hide behind the shelves here. And now bomb now planted, 4v4 retake, and it's just waiting. And so we go. Now cleared out, but it's going to be no solutions. Drawing first blood again, covering those flanks. And look at Zaza, deep and ready for the attack. And it's going to be Coach sent to the grave. Looking for another one. Actually gets a couple of those shots to connect. And his teammates doing the work. Schemes left for the 1 versus 4, make it a 0 versus 4. Fantastic round there from Highborn, using utility. And you sung the praises of utility. Well, there you go. That's how you use it.
100%, and I gotta say, I love that play of just slowly parking your vehicle and just saying, hey, you know what, you need to come to us. And it's a trait we sometimes don't see enough of. There's a little bit of patience goes a long way. And Highborn now being able to pick up that round, and now a 1 away from doubling their lead on map count here. As we head to round number 8 of the Search and Destroy, it is going to be Skibidi on the attack. And at the moment, I think Platty's just looking around saying, hey guys, I need somebody to step up. I can't do this alone at this point in time. All of his teammates currently going 2 and 7.
Just begging for some help. Someone to help the man. Okay, well, Senpai again getting the ball rolling. Kendrick is next. Help him, and he finds a double, but a TK comes through. Regardless, that is a good one to put Zaza in a 1 versus 3 bomb now planted. Zaza, what's the timing going to look like? Well, they know where he is, and they're just going to be playing with their food as they chall him, and eventually they get the kill. Kendrick finding, I believe, 3 in the round, if I'm not... No, 2 in the round, along with Platty. Back in. Will we see the 5-3 curse, Holden?
Well, I've got to say, I love that breakaway from Platty, essentially opening up the door there. Yes, Kendrick ended up taking him out as well, but you could see keeping it tight and exchange in terms of being able to gain that control inside of DVDs. And I wouldn't rule them out. If they can keep playing like that, that's the Skibidi that we know can actually utilize the 5-3 to their best advantage.
100%, but now this is the point where you can't allow any mistakes, because any mistake from the side of Skibidi will be capitalized on and put them 2-0 down in the series. And I like this aggression. Another play that you generally don't see. I don't know how many of those players he saw, but oh my goodness! Schemes gets absolutely obliterated, but still the trade is instant. Now, placing the side of Highborn up in the comics, trying to see if they can brush up on their DC knowledge as they try to get this bomb down. That's exactly what's going to happen. 3v3 retake.
All right, let's see if
Oh,
one of these
no.
players swings in like Batman, but no, it's going to be a TK on Robin, as at this point in time, it's going to be the plant that tries to come out, but it's Kendrick that slows that down. No solutions now left in a 1v3 situation. Going to break his way into Laundry, and unfortunately, that's where he gets cleaned down. Skibbity fighting back 5-4.
Well, actually, it's mostly Trip 9 fighting for Skibbity there, taking out Caden. That is just an unfortunate turn of events.
Yeah.
And that is the beauty of TK in these game modes. If you're trying to find information with that RCXD and you put it too close to your teammates and it's shot, it's going to send your teammates to the grave. So utility is sort of like a double-edged sword, especially something as powerful as the RCXD, and that's where you get to see it. So that's 2 rounds in a row, 1 away from forcing the round 11.
All right, so Skibbity now with a good amount of momentum on their side of things. Is Kendrick going to see if he's going to be able to work his way forward with the bomb at the moment? His schemes, and you can see them moving solidly forward as a unit. This is going to give Highborn once again that call out to be able to rotate together, and these long lines of sight are going to get played here from Skibbity as they pick up the one. The bomb plant looking to get made down, and at the moment the pinch is always something that they're going to be cautious of, but Skibbity seemingly have grown wise to it. Coach picks up Trip 9, and it's player number 2. Heroes all by himself. Can he be the hero that his team needs?
Well, right now the answer is no, and I love that play from Skibbity.
Yeah.
That is exactly the on the fly adapting to the enemy and how they generally play what you want to do, right? Somebody take that round and use it as a play, because that is exactly how you want to be able to clear a point, find that first blood, and you know that there's generally going to be a pinching player, and they just turn around for it. Coach was there, ready and waiting, forcing the round 11. They were down 5-2, mind you, and here we are at the cusp of them potentially taking this S&D right out from underneath of Highborn.
Round 11, you've got to love it. At the moment, the attacking team, Skibbity, they've done it once this round before. They're going to try do it again. They're going to utilize a same walking path, if you will. They're going across the board. No solutions. Finds himself in a sneaky position, but it does get traded out. This is once again Skibbity showing their resilience as trading out as a team. At the moment, it does look like the bomb plant is going to look to be made here. We're down to a 3v2 as it's going to be Platty that picks up Zaza.
Oh, the timing from Trip 9, though. He might be able to find a double here as he jumps the rope. Or jumps the fence, excuse me, and he knows there's a player nearby. Will he make this read? What's this timing going to look like? Trip 9 being the hero that the side of Highborn needs. And it's left to Coach in a 1 versus 2. Iceman finds the first. He knows the second is nearby. This is going to be the play of the century potential. Does he have any util is the question.
Well, we've got a trophy system in the hands of his opposition and one for him too. If only those things could walk and find oppositions, but at this point in time, they have to play this mano-a-mano. Coach
this timing.
taking on heroes, 2 players of some rapport.
He saw him. He saw him.
He did.
This is perfect. This is what you need. He knows. And he's going to find it. Coach with the 1 versus 2. Skibbity. The 5-3 curse. 400. They bring it back.
On. And Coach getting that little bit of information, and he started running down with it. Huge plays to be able to bring that. We asked when we're going to be able to see the clutch. This was it. Wasn't the 1v1 gunfight we expected to see, but Coach making the most of the information, tying things up 1-1 in terms of this map count overall. Skibbity and Highborn for this losers bracket final. We're going to map 3 with these teams breaking even.
Absolutely, and we have the guarantee of seeing a Skyline HP in map number 4. And I mean, that is a crazy turn of events, because I think Trip 9 found 3 in the round there, if I'm not mistaken. And then his teammates just fell around him, and Caden just lost a 50-50 coin toss, right? You don't know where you're going to be checking, rotating around. The bomb hasn't been planted. That's a tough one, right? But regardless, Coach with an absolute big brain play finds the first, gets the read, and finds the second. Just, that is on-the-fly adjustment that you need to see. And there's that clip again of no solutions, taking out schemes. So, nothing but praises for Skibbity. Highborn, though. Bit of a stutter towards the end.
Yes, definite stutter towards the end, and it seems like Search and Destroy is sometimes their Achilles heel. Despite being able to be 1 round away, not being able to seal the deal was essentially what allowed Skibbity to break in through that door. And now going into control, I don't even know what to expect here. I mean, we're going to head across to the vault to see if it unlocks some kind of answers for us. And both of these teams, I mean, they've been relying on some key players from either side, but Platty, we said he was looking around to be able to see if any one of his teammates could step up, and Hendrik, aka Medicine, seemed to be that player.
Or Braxy, yeah, he's we all know him by many names. Our friendly sheep player right there. He's doing a fantastic job, and I think you spoke about how he needed the help, and it came in when it was needed.
Yeah.
Like it couldn't have been any later, otherwise they would have gone down. But overall, the adjustments that Skibidi made was worth its weight in gold. I mean, even the information slowing down or holding their nades or their pushes by 1 second. It seems like such a small amount, like a minuscule amount of time, but overall, that made the biggest difference, and they could come back 5-2 down with 4 straight rounds of S&D with the 1v2 clutch in the end. I mean, that's just chef's kiss for a comeback.
Yeah, and it's kind of like picking up on essentially some of the elements of what I guess No Solutions was going for this flanks time and time again. And then when Josh started to pick up, okay, these flanks, I just need to make sure that I'm watching our back at all times once we get past like 35 seconds, 40 seconds into a game. Those became huge when they made those A pushes. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to cut to a short break. Catch your breath and get yourself a couple of drinks, maybe a couple of snacks too, as we resume with map number 3. We'll be back in just a minute.
Say top window and one's in there.
I get top window now. Top window, Kaden, dead.
Nice, good job.
Zaza probably inspired.
Come on, Alex is, guys.
Hey, wait.
Hello everyone and welcome back again to the Mythic 24 Call of Duty Championship Sunday. I am Trout, this is Holden. We've just watched the 5-3 curse in action as it is currently 1-1 of Highborn versus Skibidi in this losers bracket final.
Well, one thing that we are definitely cursed with is not a bad curse, if you will. It is an exciting, closely fought game between both of these teams. So much so that, you know what, it was almost inevitable. We go Vault, Rewind, then back to the Vault, because that's what Rewind is. And then we go to Skyline Hardpoint, which one I'm very, very excited for. I think it's such an interesting map in terms of how you play that HP and how you hold those anchor positions. If anything, it's one of my favorite hardpoint maps of Black Ops 6. That being said, Control, Vault, it's going to be tricky. I don't know which way to call this, but it does seem like the teams that show up at least with both or two or more players end up winning these maps. I mean, it's been a game of no solutions versus Platty in many ways, but now, as you mentioned, Braxy picking things up a little bit. I don't know which way to call this. So for anybody that's voting on it, I wish you good luck.
Well, this is obviously the map that Highborn has got the most reps on. As you can see, they have played 3 today alone, as we're going to be loading straight into it, so very little time for speculation. It was their pick, so they're going to be on attack. And I think your initial gunfights and whether or not they actually commit to a point is going to be the difference maker. Because something that we saw both in the Nixa game and a lot of the time in the HP is this Highborn team leaves a lot of white time, and I don't really agree with that. If there's potential to have a player either contesting or securing you time, you should take it. I understand that there are situations where you need to have a bit more map control, but because the spawns are so close here for both A and B, you really need to have somebody on that point as long and as often as possible.
All right, as you mentioned on the attacking side, Highborn at the moment, Skibidi now on the defensive side, so it's all about that top control, I feel, of Balcony initially on. And Hero's actually going to push over forward here, and this is huge coming out of Highborn to be able to get themselves some early ticks on the clock.
Well, they're going to be stacking it, and here comes the 2-pinch, though. From the Vault we go. Counting his coins is going to be Senpai, but it's actually going to be Trip9 that takes out Schemes. What is this timing going to look like? Oh, my goodness, the position has been revealed. So right now, nothing behind enemy lines, but the kill's still working out by 1 for the side of Highborn as that clock continues to tick down.
All right, Trip9 with the kill there. Now the trade-out coming in directly as it doesn't look like the kill will come down to a standstill, but just for a second as Hero starts to heat up here, breaking his way out and will make his way towards the B site. Such a tricky spot to be able to get as Schemes picks himself up too. Both these teams very tightly contested with only 1 tick on the clock and 46 seconds left to play.
Oh no, the bait and switch there caught Heroes off guard, but it's going to be Zaza from the top ropes, actually threading the needle into Vault, getting another kill there, but Kendrick holding strong from the front of kill. What's this time going to look like? 3 will fall for the side of Skibidi, and that's A now open. Many bodies on the hill, that's going to be a 3-stack. First and second tick now secured. Certainly you're going to be the third. This is where you have to start realizing that you're playing for the retake. Kendrick getting that ball rolling with Schemes.
And this becomes so difficult when you're trying to make your way through to the B side. You almost only have the option of Vault, and if Scheme's going to be playing on this bottom side of things, oh, it becomes tricky, especially when those spawns start to force you exactly where they are and towards that far side of the embassy. And, oh, you can see Platty working his way through.
Well, Trip9, very good stuff there, getting a couple of those kills, and this is exactly what you want to see from the side of Skibidi. Yeah, Senpai actually working his way all the way back round here to get a massive pinch. If he gets a couple of these kills, it's going to be... there we go. He finds a double with the help of Schemes and Kendrick. All 4 down. And now he is perusing the spawn, trying to see if he can keep these guys all cooped up. And another spawn trap that hasn't actually been spoken about is this one. Look at this.
Platty coming up with the dirty flank, but now it does look like Highborn have turned that one on its head. At the moment, it's going to be player 4, No Solutions, who's going to be the thorn in the side of the opposition. Let's see what he can do. He's just bought himself a couple of seconds to be able to get that top control. And on the opposite side, he's going to be able to do some damage as it schemes. Takes down Hero Schemes, picks up Zaza. Good trade there coming in from Trip 9 as the players start to run out of spawn. One still on the heel here from Highborn.
Second tick about to come on through as the contest is in. Trip 9 staying alive now, using his utility to the best of his ability. It's going to be Kendrick finding another, but up the mid-map we go and along the side for this for Highborn here. Yeah, Highborn here. It's going to be quick trades, 3 versus 3. It's game S&D. Coach can't find the step. 2 versus 3 now. Kendrick finding another one. 2 versus 2. Goodness gracious, but they stop it at the perfect time, clearing the point now. 1 versus 2 for Kendrick, but they know where he is.
2v1 as Kendrick goes down and Highborn. Huge play there to be able to come up with that win. I thought they actually had such an uphill battle in terms of when they lost out on those spawns and the opposition Skibbity almost overextending there. They all decided to run at spawns, and I can't say that I love that. When you're running and moving at the same time, you're not going to be locking down positions as well as you would if you just kept those angles locked in. And I think that's where they got overzealous, and immediately Highborn bounced right back to be able to get some time of their own. And essentially, they struggled to be able to get out spawns from them.
100%. And I think there was actually, I wanted to point out, but it was a bit too chaotic there. It is actually quite easy to get up onto B. If you have control of this left-hand side building here of Art, you force them into a back right spawn, and then you can just have players cutting them off as they're trying to get up onto the mid-map. So, again, it's sort of like how you want to... there's many ways to skin a cat, and right now it looks like it's going to be B for the side of Skibbity as they get the kills on rotation as well. Try to take the harder point from this. It's a pretty big brain, but it's going to be No Solutions with a huge one. Zaza there to help him out. First tick found, maybe not quite. Kills working out for the side of Highborn.
No Solutions cleaning up house there as well on the bottom side of things. There's now a little bit of change of mind is going to need to come in here from Skibbity as they try to work their way in. You can see that fight over the pool side and balcony, but 2 players getting knocked down in quick succession. Schemes will pick up Heroes, but his position gets quickly called out here. And Skibbity seemingly upstream without a paddle as they can't seem to find any way forward.
Yeah, they just at every turn they get cut down, and right now Coach having an absolute stinker. 2 and 12, he is feeding streaks and the opposition lives. So right now, not looking too good for the side of Skibbity, but everything can change on the drop of a pin. And right now that pin is going to be Kendrick and Senpai as they have found a couple of these kills and are beginning to secure A. But Heroes round the back end might be able to make it a little bit more difficult, and that's exactly what he's going to do with the help of his teammates as the subs are doing work and the life count continuing to grow for the side of Highborn.
All right, so now Zaza furthest forward for his team does get taken down. Player number 2, that's huge that Heroes got knocked down. He was the player with that long range effect. And at the moment, it's going to be top side of Coach. Doesn't even decide to hold in. Will actually jump into the point. They need to be able to get the time on the clock. And Heroes in a huge position at the moment, but will get shut down from Trip 9 on the opposite side of things does Coach. And Platty did a huge role there and being able to pick up 2.
Well, now his teammates are there to help him out, and that's going to be A secured, if I'm not mistaken. 2 players on the point, quick capture, and then they can rotate over with 15 seconds, 14 v 16. They only have 2 lives down, but this is where you start to play a little bit of TDM, see if you can stretch that life count a little bit more. But right now, Kendrick trying to find information as his teammates get a couple of kills on the other side.
Number 6, and that is Platty, playing a huge role to be able to work his way across here towards Art. Does exactly that now, controlling the top side of things. Will be able to get some damage down on Solutions. Position now gets called out and will make his way out of the spawn side of things. That's going to be Zaza getting some bullets in the back. And it's going to be Platty working his way down low to see how far he can push forward.
Oh, they've left him alone here for too long as the second tick is now found, and he's just going to be wreaking havoc in the spawn. As you know, you have to keep your head on a swivel. They have to try and get onto this point, and they have 1 point of entry, and that's going to be through the stairs, and it's going to be Coach with the double. No one is close by potentially, and it's going to be Coach with the triple. And Skibbity, they managed to find an attacking round, and goodness gracious, I've eaten my words here as it looks like attacking is favored here. But I spoke about how important it is to have control of that art building, and that's exactly what Platty did.
Essentially, opening up that door in Art gives you so much momentum to be able to work with, or at least space. I've used the word momentum too many times. Please give me a crutch word of the day, and that will be it. But at the moment, I've got to say, as soon as people jump in towards that Art side, And Platty did so well. I think he was the breakaway player that literally opened that up for Coach to be able to get the kills needed. And at the moment, it's going to be Trip 9 going in for the challenge. Oh, face to face. And he makes sure he gives him the kiss of death. And Trip 9 still somehow manages to stay alive here as Kendrick tries to hunt him down, but just is left with air to fire at.
Well, Trip 9 bopping and weaving, utilizing that Omni movement as you expect from a player of his caliber, getting a couple of those kills. They are 2 lives up and are trying to cap the point here. But of course, Senpai from the bottom still counting those coins and kills as he's alive by some miracle. Heroes now sniffing him out.
Heroes can't seem to find a break here as trying to make his way up towards the back staircase. Ooh, gets spotted out and Kendrick will fall down there. Now Heroes making a little bit of room for his teammates. They're still looking for 2 as they pick up the 3rd here. Now the opportunity to capture, but there is a player in the back. And Coach gets turned on, it seems, by No Solutions on that side.
Schemes is there to help him out, but the trade's just so powerful for the side of Highborn right now. It's Senpai again, the man to make it happen. Tried to stop the clock. He finds the first, looking for the second, but is about to run out of ammunition, but his teammates are there to help. But Alex, No Solutions. He's got the burners on as he's going to break ankles, get a couple of kills, but Senpai eventually picks up the final one on the rotation. Coach trying to lock down this power position, but Zaza and Co are finding the kills when they need to. So right now, not looking so good for Skibidi as they need to stop this progression.
But most importantly, at the moment, nobody's actually pushed through from Highborn to be able to assert that art control. We've seen it be so pivotal in the past. But player number 2, Heroes, on the backside, will be able to pick himself up to make that 3 as he takes out a teammate. So at the moment, it's going to be Schemes working his way forward. And now they're going to be very cautious of player number 2. That's Heroes, once again, coming off the spawn to be able to see if he can come off the rotate. They've got only 1 tick to defend.
Oh, unfortunate shots there for Heroes and timing as he gets taken out. And luckily, they did have the help of Heroes there. Unfortunate TK, I don't think he was aiming or at any point crossed the player there, so that was just a nade that got the kill. But you could see the extension coming through from Skibidi. Not as hard as they did before, but they are trying to keep them sort of boxed in. But the kills are working out now for the side of Highborn as they fly onto the point. No Solutions now to picking it up. But Senpai with a huge 2-piece. Contest is in. No Solution has the weight of the world on his shoulders, and he's going to find another 2-piece. Looking for Senpai, but the contest is in. Eventually taken out. 7v6. Goodness, this is coming down to the wire.
Yeah, 7-5 at the moment, 7-4. All the players with their last life remaining at the moment. It's going to be Kendrick that needs to come up with that kill. Takes a little bit of damage here. They are down to a 6v4 situation. Kendrick will get blown off of the van. Solutions cleans up Platty. Now it's just 1v, I believe, 5. Oh my gosh, Coach, you've got a lot of work to do. He picks up another 2, turns around. Will slide to a little bit of a couple bullets in the face. But at the moment, there's players coming out of Vault. And yes, Coach will fall. And Highborn look to get themselves another round here and take themselves with that 1 step closer to securing this map number 3.
Well, they did manage to find kills there and not ticks. So if my math is correct, it's currently Skibidi 1 tick ahead. Well, if they in this attacking round, because they found 6 because they won off the back of ticks there, not kills. But interesting turn of events there, as it almost was another clutch from Coach, as he's had a slow one, almost finding another 1v whatever. But with that overextension, it was crazy to me that Highborn still managed to fly their way forwards. And of course, No Solution with that 2-piece made the world of a difference there and opened the door a little bit more than ajar. But right now, we get to see if A is going to be in the sights for Skibidi. And so it is. First set of kills, No Solutions, no surprise.
All right, so now let's see what Kendrick can do. Oh, Coach actually does the cleanup work there for him, but Zaza comes up with one of his own at the moment. Zaza's still alive as Trip 9 will come off the spawn, and you can see already Platty once again trying to do what he does on the art side of things. Will be able to pick up the flank and picks up a kill.
I don't think you understand how crucial that timing was there when he went down, because there was a stun to check for him and it didn't hit. So then he just got perfect timing, got the kill. Now the first tick found at A. Second one potentially working their way on through, but they need to be looking behind them as Trip 9 finds 1 before getting taken down. So another 2 sets of trades. Make it 3, going the way of Skibidi here, as they will be able to find A uncontested, and we will be rotating towards B. But where will they go is the question.
Really well done here from Skibidi. I mean, taking a look at their lives and how they managed to trade that out. Going in towards these rotations, we've seen it time and time again. Platty really loves to make this push. And at the moment, that kill number 4, that's No Solutions, just going for a direct chill. And now we'll be able to push them away. At the moment, B does look to be caught, but it looks like, gets caught red-handed as Trip 9 comes up with the trade. and Skibidi get left to try again.
They do have a little bit of a cushion in the form of 2 lives, but Trip9 gets information and doesn't chull. When do you see that? But no, well, it actually didn't help him very much, to be honest with you. And his teammates aren't there to help him either, as they will fall in quick succession. It's just no solutions. Again, shooting absolute nukes at the moment, trying to keep his team alive around this B point. But here we go. Trip9 from the mid-map, trying to stop that flank player. But into the fray we go from bottom vault. Kendrick again trying to get that ball rolling. Doing a good job though, is Highborn, just staving these pushes one kill at a time.
You can see as soon as that B gets triggered, that's when the peaks start coming out, and at the moment Hero is sitting top and pretty. It's going to be Coach that actually knocks him off of that, so this is a huge opportunity for them to now break forward. Platty getting himself in that favorite position of being able to burst in towards the statue. He makes his way in towards the backside. He's now managed to retain some kind of control over top art, as the players are now being forced to spawn wide. How can they hold this? This is the last push opportunity coming in here from Highborn. Players on the top side. That's Platty. Comes up with a huge kill. They all turn around to be able to face him. Heroes takes out his teammates. And
Again.
at the moment, it's going to be Platty with another big 2. And they tie it up. Skibidi 2-2 up against Highborn.
But that was off of wins, and now they have just secured themselves defense. So I don't actually know if that's a good thing here. So we'll have to see if they can. That is crazy. All that work to force the round 5 and onto defense they go. But again, another unfortunate TK there from Heroes, slowing them even further. Kills just not working out at the moment for Highborn when they are absolutely crucial. Having said that, say again.
I was just going to say, do you know what I'd love to see from Call of Duty? Is like, give us the option of what we want. Don't just decide what we should get. Is that, how cool would it be if there was 10 seconds left and it just said, you know what? You've got a choice. Do you want attacking or defending? And then, I don't know. I just thought that could be really, really, really cool.
100%. Well, it was a picture perfect start here. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. We're both chatting. I'm both very excited. For right now, it is going to be this last round. And as you can see, A got picked up in a huge amount of speed there. At the moment, it's going to be Skibidi on the defensive side of things. And player number 4, Heroes, looks to be able to, or rather, No Solutions, makes his way forward, and Heroes now coming off his spawns. It's player number 5, Kendrick, also trying to be able to find his way in.
Oh, No Solutions is just hitting such insane shots at the moment, to the point where you scare Platty away from the gunfight as he repositions, and right now it does look like it was an excellent start for Highborn, but the kills have to be perfect. It's going to be Platty with another one. 3 down, into the spawn we go. Careful not to overextend.
Yeah,
Zaza is there to get the trades, but Kendrick eventually finds one. Coach now, down the long lane, trying to find a couple more. Kendrick just trying to be irritating, sort of like a fly buzzing around the enemy.
All right, let's see if this fly is going to live. Nope, not too much longer at this point in time. But you called it. I mean, don't look to overextend too far. And every single time Skibidi get those kills, they go too far and find themselves getting taken out at those ranges after coming up with a full team wipe. At the moment, Kendrick doing well in defense will be able to come up with one. Coach now on the backside of things being able to pick up one himself. But Trip9 says, get out of here, Coach.
Oh, man.
It's time for the coaches to sit to the sideline and for the players to play as Highborn make their push in.
They have to stay alive here with down lives. It's actually going to be the side of Skibidi, but the kills working out for them. 14v12. Zaza just trying to shoulder peek as long as possible.
Ooh.
Actually gets a couple of those kills, stopping the clock at 1 minute on the head. But right now, it's going to be number 6 again. Like you said, into the back. Here comes the potential pinch. Senpai, again, the hero play. Finds 2, and Kendrick is there to find the 3rd. It's always Platty who has to be the player to make the play. Schemes picking up the pieces where they were left off. Heroes now all the way back, finding a couple of these kills, but that's going to be a sigh of relief for Skibidi as they can get a bit more map control. But I'm actually going to be eating my words as the kills are working out on the other end for Highborn.
Time and time again, when they need him most, Platty somehow managed to pull a rabbit out of a hat. At the moment, trying to do so on the flank yet again, as he makes his way towards the top embassy side of things. Heroes finds him way in towards the side, but Platty's going to need to lay down some bullets. Kendrick on the opposite side of things will be able to pick up 2. It's now a 6v6. And they're trying to clear the site of this one tick at the moment. Only 28 seconds left on the clock as it's a 6v5. 1 respawn available for Skibidi. And ooh, looks like 1 left over as Coach will absorb that. Scheme's not going to find his way back into the game. Left to be a spectator as it's going to be Zaza, but it's Platty still somehow alive, making his way through the mid-cut. Let's see if he's going to be able to contest this yet again.
Oh, he's actually gets taken out. All up to Coach. 1v3, 0v3. The overextension will be the death of you as Highborn clutch up in the end. 3-2. by the skin of their teeth, they managed to win that control, putting themselves 2-1 up in the game. But goodness, it was not easy. Not easy by any stretch of the imagination.
I feel like Skibbity in a way through that. By just getting overzealous. I mean, look at Platty, 40 for 24. Kendrick also fantastic role there from Braxy, aka Medicine. On the opposite side of things, clear and consistent across Highborn, but I honestly think that it was Skibbity's game to lose. I mean, they had momentum so many times, but then they were just like, yay, we're winning! And then they just ran forward into a bunch of bullets from their opposition coming out of spawns, and that would be the best opportunity to actually just slow it down and play Search and Destroy. Let them run into you. Let them be overly cautious out of the break, just so that means that they need to slow down going towards the site. So anyway, things are always easier from the armchair to be able to make the calls. But we're going into this hard point with essentially Highborn up 2-1.
100%, and we're going to one of their better game modes on a map where I want to take bets with you as to how many kills No Solutions is going to get. I'm saying 45.
Ooh, wow. I'm going to say 45 as well. I have no idea what to be able to make a call on this one, so I will just say yes. I'm agreeing with you. If anything, if this was a game of roulette, if you will, I'd be supporting you, patting you on the back, as opposed to trying to see you lose. Because I'm not too sure which way to call it. I just want to be able to see some good Call of Duty at the moment in terms of this hard point on Skyline. Hell, you know what? To hell with it. 50. Let's see 50 from No Solutions.
50 will be good. A 50 will be good. I agree. But even with the 50, they can still go down because this map is so mixy.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think Skibbity, they need Kendrick. Well, Kendrick and Platty need help, right? Senpai and they have been doing the Lord's work, and Coach has clutch moments, but he had a very slow control overall. So I don't know. I think if they can get a little bit of consistency across the board, this will be very, very close because they had the lead for the majority of the first game there on Volt in that HP. But I don't know. They really need to find consistency because they're relying on those clutch players over and over and over again. I mean, I always say this on every single broadcast. Lightning doesn't strike twice in the same place, and that is exactly what happened. Coach almost finding another 3-piece there to clutch on up, but it's not going to happen, right? It happens once in a blue moon, and you can't expect it every time.
Yeah.
So consistency is key, and consistently, Highborn has been able to pull that rabbit out of the hat, at least when it's most crucial, unless it's against Nixa.
I feel like Skibbity have got themselves a fantastic roster, right? They've really got a good team. But they just need that little bit of discipline to be able to go, okay, we got a little bit of a win here. Let's take a step back. Just pull yourself out of the fire. You stepped in, you managed to survive. Just come back a little bit. And I think that's even something in Search and Destroy, is that sometimes people get, cool, I got the first kill, need to burst around the corner, need to be able to make that shell. No, just come back to your teammates. Just play it safe now, because now you can walk your way forward and go for those trades.
100%.
And I think that applies even in respawn, obviously at a little bit more of a frantic pace. We all know that. But I think Skibbity have got a huge amount of potential in them. And if anything, the fact that they're called Skibbity is maybe a call out to some organizations or some teams on that side of things to Skibbity up and step up to the plate and pick yourself up a very solid roster here.
I think the best way to put what you said there is go for your 2s, not your 3s. Because what they're doing right now is they'll get a kill, and in typical Cards of fashion, my goodness, I need that Twitter clip, I'm going to go look for the next one. And we saw that from Platty chilling out there, even though his teammate was already pushing out into their spawn, and he gets cut down for it. Although there was a trade, but that life became so crucial at the end, because what if it was a 3 versus 5 as opposed to a 1 versus 5? Whatever. It's just minuscule little adaptations that they can make, and it will make the world of a difference, as Juno joins us with some additional wisdom.
Welcome to the stream, Juno, and we might have to put a PG mark on that one in a little bit. But I've got to say, discipline, all too important, but that's the one thing I admired so much actually from Nixa. I'll keep on bringing it up. Just the ability to be able to see somebody and not make a challenge, I can't say enough about how important that is. To be able to
100%.
get information and say, you know what, I'm not in the best position to take this fight. I'm going to back out of it. That's huge. And we resort back to Skyline, and let's see once again as we get ourselves ready to sit into the sun or walk our way through the ratty tunnels that do find ourselves in terms of this landscape. It's going to be hard point. And let's see if this kitchen can start to heat up, if we need to potentially cool things down, or how we're going to play this map, as I can't wait to be able to get into Skyline, one of my favorite HP maps, but there's so much work to be able to do, whether you're flanking through the sidelines, working your way over the top, or digging your way down underneath. Let's jump into this one. It is going to be map number 4 here, as it is going to be Highborn taking on Skibidi.
Well, I think Highborn wants to take this home as quick as possible so that they can go face their nemesis Nixa in the winners final, or grand finals, excuse me, as this could be the final map of the series. But having said that, it's always chaos on P1 as per usual. No solution, getting the ball rolling. What a surprise. 2 down already for the side of Skibidi. It's just sent by, again, the pillar of hope, the beacon, the call for Gondor, as he is finding a couple of these kills before taking a nade to the teeth, and eventually the time continuing to tick up for Highborn.
Bourne's still in favor of Skibidi at the moment, but on the opposite side of things, Trip9 will be able to come up with a massive kill on the backside, as that's unfortunate for him. He got traded out there, and that means that they're still going to retain the spawns on the side of Skibidi, but nobody jumping on the point just yet for their squad, as that's going to be Heroes just holding outside of Jacuzzi and massaging his weapon on the way through, as it does look like Highborn break in, and it's going to be Schemes, the last player left up for the squad.
And he has such a big one to win, right? He's managed to find the first, to keep those spawns. He knows there's players nearby on old, but they're going to be hunting for him, and he has to stay alive for as long as possible. At least wait for a few reinforcements, maybe find the kill. He does exactly that. So, kill's not working out. I didn't know you could go there.
I didn't even know that.
No solution, finding another 2-piece. Goodness gracious. But eventually he will be taken out of the point, and it's going to be the first bit of time now secured for Skibidi, as the spawns are mixy as ever. And close range is going to be reigned supreme by the side of Highborn.
Yeah, Highborn locked that down, and actually all players doing well across the bat to be able to pick up the kills. Coach, maybe a little bit of a slow start for him. Let's see if he can pick that up. But I got to say, this is why we stay tuned. No Solutions giving us the tips and tricks of how you can play on site when somebody is actually flanking you. So huge plays from there. And a little bit of knowledge goes a long way. So thank you, I think we can all say to No Solutions for showing us that one.
Absolutely, and you can see he's already playing the long game here, playing towards the spawns for next. Coach and Co looking for a couple of these rotational kills. They're going to find that he's so twisted he's shooting his teammates, as 3 will fall on this rotation, and maybe the spawns actually gifted to the side of
Skibidi.
Skibidi, yeah, that's exactly right. And they find the first bit of time in the mid-map. We go. 2 will fall. Schemes last alive again. It feels as though they find the kills, they find the rotation, and then just get bullied out of the point.
No Solutions now on the flank side of things, as he's going to try and make his way forward. At the moment, it's going to be Schemes. I gotta say, I really do like that Schemes is like, he's almost sneakily playing spawns. He knows when his team's 3 down, he hides into a position and then almost rotates around his opposition's rotations around him, if that makes sense. At the moment, inside of kitchens, though, Skibidi will be able to start to earn themselves a trickle of points, but it does look like they do lose the spawns to essentially the Highborn team. And let's see what they're going to be able to make out of it as they try to bring this gap down a little bit lower to at least 1 hill.
They need to be able to find these kills, but with the lead and the spawns, let's go for a quick listen in with Highborn.
I'll pick up the back.
Left. I just got ripped.
Yeah,
What,
left,
left?
bridge. 2 top bridge.
You got my back. Yeah.
Nice, I flipped out.
I'll be the back. I have a timing, bro. It's all good. There's I think there's like 2 at the back one time. Take your time, Alex.
1 dead time.
Nice.
One top big.
Kitchen dead. Last time.
Coming better to you, Alex. Yeah.
Behind this thing, no.
Can you close 1 shot? Close time. It's 2 there. Nice.
Nice, you spawn good. Nice spawn.
I'm pushing out.
I'm getting top.
Top
Top better already. Flanking the back already.
I spawned out.
It's Brad.
And the back as well.
Oh, fuck me. Kitchen on me. 2 okay, 2 bottom out. It's 1 turning going kitchen.
Kendrick, watch it there.
Nice. I spawned kitchen.
Bottom. Tristan.
Listen, I spawned kitchen. I'm gonna hold kitchen, okay?
Yeah. One was odd, Tristan.
Yeah, art one. Two. They're challenging you. They're challenging you to kill
Oh,
them.
fuck
One
me.
more.
They're going bottom. One going bottom gym. Going bottom gym. Whoever's back to
That's
just
one
cancel.
No, he's one already. Oh no, I'm dead. Yeah. There's
Nice.
2.
So, interesting comms there, especially from Caden, as he's obviously had some bad timing back to back there, but he gets a nice set of kills there. But this game certainly down to within 1 hill here. So
Yeah.
Skibidi sort of lighting the forge a little bit, maybe a little bit too late, but we shall see as Spawns now in contention by Senpai. He finds one looking for the double! No way he wins that, but Coach is there for the help before getting taken down. But no streaks as of right now, but P2 Spawns certainly secured with scrap time going the way of Skibidi.
Yeah, at least getting some points on the board are Skibidi at the moment to bring this down. They were around about 60 in terms of total difference, and bringing this down to almost only 30 here, as it's going to be Kendrick that holds that out, turns around, finds some bullets in the back, and now without Spawns in their favor, they're going to have to come in with a very, very solid push. The tactic's going to be so crucial. Let's see what Skibidi are going to be able to do in this listen-in.
Are we sort of
Child, I'm ready for you to child. Go.
Well, right six.
Tag twice. You ran away.
Is it?
Nice.
Nice.
No,
I'm
right six.
holding back.
No. We.
We spawned out. Nice.
One left on you.
Dead.
Nice, man. They might want to back on you. They just go like this.
Another one. Dead!
Nice, man.
Where?
I need help time.
Zaza,
You good.
piano, we can spot.
Dead.
Nice. Not right, underneath you. Please
Where's he
take it
going?
slow, like staying slow piano.
Watch out.
Jaden.
I'm looking.
No.
One steps.
Watching it.
I'm watching it.
I'm nading a cat. Weak. And pinch.
Pinch. 1 HP pinch.
Pinch. Oh, that's my fucking shots, my bad.
It's fine.
I'm just gonna- you're
One's
gonna-
new on me.
There's one
Dead.
more.
Yeah.
You guys are to come near though.
Wait, look, They know we're going cat.
Try
1,
close side.
2.
Nice. The Ivy left, Max. You're playing solo right now.
Nice.
You're going
I had to literally hold my mouth there from bursting out of excitement when Platty picked up that 2-piece. I mean, it's just been such a pleasure watching him play. He's actually had such a good series thus far. At the moment, Scheme's trying to hunt down in the kitchen. It's like me trying to find a donut in the middle of the night. I just never seem to be able to find exactly what I want.
And you just hope that the fridge respawns with new food every time you open it. I feel you. Regardless, the kill's still working out here for the side of Highborn, and I must agree with you. That was a very hype 3-piece from him there. And I love the passion from that. Dead! It feels good, you know what I'm saying? But Heroes, now with the pistol in hand, doesn't matter. He's getting the kills. Now looking towards the spawns is going to be Highborn. But if you are in the shoes of Skibidi, you have to be able to play your pieces correctly. Kendrick finding him on the flank. Kendrick looking for more. Kendrick finding 2. He doesn't know that there's another player here. He does now. Kendrick finding 3.
Kendrick, huge to be able to clean that up. Braxy on the backside of things now with the spawns in control. This is a huge heal for them to be able to maintain. They just need to make sure that they've got that control with player number 5, and that's Coach with a big role to be able to fulfill here. At the moment, the player on the staircase will get knocked out. Coach, what were you watching? If not, your teammate there, and I feel like that's a little bit of a drop ball from him.
Absolutely, you've got to be covering all angles if you are the player around the back end, and this is where the collapse comes through. Perfect break from the side of Highborn, securing the spawns, and now on the hunt outwards. Coach trying to see if he can get cozy in bedroom. He does find the first. He knows there's players nearby, but it's going to be a quick set of trades. Still, time heading over towards Highborn here. Another player on the back end from Platty. He has been that sort of cornerstone player for Skibidi, but he needs to be able to make it more than one at a time. He does exactly that for now. A lot of white time, though. For a hill that's generally a 60 either way, looking like it is still very much hotly contested. Eventually, scrap time going the way of Skibidi, but the rotation has to be perfect, and they managed to find a good amount of time, but No Solution says, no, thank you. I'll take 2 with me before we rotate.
Kitchen is going to be all important, as that's once again, I believe, Kendrick making his way through. Will be able to pick up that kill, and that's going to allow them a little bit of more cross-play opportunity in towards the pool heal. And at the moment, Scheme's going to be going on the flank side of things. Solutions will clean him up. 2v2 exchange there as Heroes tries to do a little bit of work outside the gym. And let's see what he's going to be able to do outside the jacuzzi now, as it does look like we've got a little bit of a split across both sides. A Scheme trying to do some work from the piano side.
Hendrick with some nice shots there, but again, it feels as though Skibidi is sort of trying to spread their plate is spread a little bit too thin.
Yeah.
As they're playing for spawns and not for time. And then they're just getting picked apart exactly like that. And I think Hero actually found 4 there. I think Kate found 3 at the very least. So picking apart the team now, 217, 200 points now under the belt for the side of Highborn, and they are smiling as the kills keep on raining, and they have spawns for P2.
Yeah, and then also their furthest player forward, Kendrick, just gets shut down. So now at range, without spawns, without time on the hill, finally somebody jumped in and said, hey, you know what, we actually do need time a little bit here. And Platty not deciding to go with the rotations, goes straight through. But Highborn should be able to clean this up unless Kendrick can pull a rabbit out of the proverbial hat. And that's player number 5 that now needs to maybe make their way
there's
through.
no one close.
Not going to happen.
Not gonna happen.
There we go. Skibbity finish off in 3rd place as Highborn take what you called a little bit earlier the high road, as they will find themselves rebirthed to go into the grand finale up against their old rival Nixa. But do they have what it takes to be able to take them on here?
Well, it's going to be a best of 7, so a lot more Call of Duty to come on your screens, everybody. But again, Platty with this huge play. I know it says schemes, but it was Platty. It's just so unfortunate that they have these insane plays, but again, it's small decisions that really come back to bite them. Whether they spread themselves too thin on the map, playing too much on one side, maybe not covering the angles like you alluded to with Coach. They have the roster and they have glimmers of hope, but the side of Highborn so strong, playing consistently, and again, no solutions, showing us new things that we didn't know about. I mean, if you've got players that can shoot straight across the board and find a couple of those kills, very, very good stuff there from the side of Highborn, and rightfully so, right? They were the favorite going into the series, and they have now taken it 3-1.
Honestly, if I'm Skibbity at this point in time, I'm walking away from this Mythic series going, not bad, guys. Not bad. Honestly, like, you have so much potential in the squad. The big thing is Christmas period is always seemingly like roster secrets, right? It's like a couple
100%.
of players go on holiday, other players are going to be grinding, then they play with other players, they start to have little ideas about what they want to be able to do, and. But if I'm Skibbity, I'm going, you know what, here's an opportunity for us, and we're not far off here. I really don't think they're far off at all in terms of the pace, in terms of what they've got as a team. And we didn't have the privilege, or maybe you did, Trout, from your side of things, but Nixa versus Skibbity in the winners bracket, 3-2. 3-2 up against a very, very solid Nixa team, and going up here up against Highborn, by no means a walkover. A couple of small changes here, and they could be a very formidable force, and I think that first change is discipline.
100%.
That's what we need to see from them.
I couldn't agree more. I think they're like we pretty much spoken it into the ground now. Small changes go a long way, and the roster has the potential for it. Now's the time for them to go back, and like you said, I mean, coming out 3rd place is not bad. I'll be happy with that. That is exactly. I don't know. I think it's very good. It's a good settling point for yourself. You walk away with a little bit of money in the back pocket. Brought to you by PC Builder, AMD, MSI, Patriot, Red Dragon, Windows 11, PC, Game Pass, and Takeoff, and of course brought to you via production from ACGR. So again, it has been a fantastic winners bracket final, which was a 3-0, and now losers bracket concluded in a 3-1. I believe we're going to a short break before the grand finals, so go ahead, grab yourself a beverage. It is a Sunday afternoon, so get yourself some food. We'll see you guys very soon.
fire lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm on upstairs. Alex is, guys.
Hey, wait. Stay.
He sets off window and one's on air.
I get top window now. Top window, Kaden, dead.
Nice, good kill.
everyone, and welcome back for the final, or potentially final time of this Mythic 24 COD Championship Sunday. My name is Trot, that is Holden, and he's going to talk about the sponsors that brought some fantastic cash for you guys.
You're doing it to me. You're doing it to me. You didn't want to read the sponsors anymore, but it's fine. I'll do it for us. Powered by PC Builder, ladies and gentlemen. PC Builder, making sure that your PC is not only built fantastically well, that it is also delivered fantastically well. Also making sure that they put a reassurance rather to make sure that your graphics card, your CPU, as well as your entire PC build is put together, and also it comes with Windows 11 as well as or Xbox Game Pass or PC Game Pass. Really a great partner overall. I can't speak better enough than PC Builder. I think we've all dealt with trying to order PC. What does it take to be able to put it all together? And PC Builder really doing a fantastic job of showing noobs of how to actually, put things together so you know exactly what is going into your PC, but also what frames you're going to be getting out of it at the end of the day when you play your favorite game of choice. Obviously, our favorite game of choice is Call of Duty. Don't need to say that twice, even though we love it. Sometimes we hate it, but we love to hate it and we hate to love it. It's a little bit of that relationship at times, but right now, both these teams fighting for the love of their life, which should be that 10,000 Rand in cash. Ultimately, a doubling of that prize pool. Hey, man, we all love the money in the back pocket at the end of the day.
Capitalism is key.
Yes, embrace capitalism, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for the Mythic 2024 Grand Finale. What a way to be able to end the year. I mean, 2024 has been mad and epic in so many different ways, and even the Call of Duty narrative has been mad and epic in many different ways. And I can't wait for just 2024 was cool. 2025, let's effing go is what I'm going to say. As I can't wait.
Okay. Well, now that I have you as a captive audience, what information can you give us for the?
This man always just tries to bribe me every single time. I jump into his live stream.
You can't.
What juice are you going to spill? What are you going to tell?
You can't hate
how
me.
You doing? How's your day going? Just got to always give me
I started with all the pleasantries before broadcast. I always do. I always talk him up before we try and skewer him. So he's sipping the tears of my players.
Hey, the tears of the A2DL players is something I drink out of, but it's something that we also absolutely love to care about. I mean, the players ultimately make what we are at the end of the day, still very much a community-based organization, and battles are being hard fought, but I think for next year, there's a lot of things I'm looking forward to for Call of Duty ZA, but also just platform and ACGL and also community and more community. We've listened, we've heard, and there's a couple of you that will also be roping into a couple of kind of early access kind of feedback sessions for next year. Expect some changes is really what it comes down to. We're rolling the dice a little bit, but hell, you know what? There's always got to be a little bit of fun when rolling the dice, and I know that you guys are going to be playing that board game with us, so we can't wait. Feedback is going to be imperative. I can't really give up much more than that, and hopefully you'll find out more in the new year, and you will.
Okay, well, I squeezed them as hard as I could. Right now, we're going to be seeing if Knicks have got their hands still firmly placed on Highborn's throat as we go to the grand finals. And here are your maps for you, everybody. And what a shocker, we're starting things off on Vault.
Vault rewind. Protocol. And you know what? Just like any Battle of the Titans, if we get to map number 7, somebody deserves a red card. So it's only apt that we end on a red card to be able to finish things off. Really exciting series overall, and I think I heard the broadcast team saying a little bit earlier to the admins, I don't envy you guys in terms of going through the dynamics of the pick and bans, but it does look like we've landed on an interesting map set, to say the least.
Yeah, I think no skyline, not even one skyline snuck its way through. So I don't know, maybe they fear the no solution. It's possible, but he's also very scary on Vault. And we did see, the vote results are currently 61 in favor of Nixa. Not as much of a landslide as I was expecting. Could the admins let us know if it's going to be the full roster, or if it is going to be Drezo and Enigma, or what is the Nixa roster currently? Are we
We'll find that juice, I'm sure. I think they're loading in at the moment, so
there you
let's
go.
see if that juice is going to be worth the squeeze. But right now, it's only apt that we have the biggest part of the cash prize pool to fight over, the 15,000 Rand out of the 20,000 Rand total. And we are going to essentially make our way through to the vault that is going to open up for map number 1 here. And as we fight over who's going to be getting that share of cash, both these teams are going to be fighting. One is for revenge. That's none other than Highborn. Whereas Nixa, I mean, they've proven themselves formidable when it comes down to ACGL tournaments, time and time again, seemingly taking that top title. Now, wanting to be able to fight their way back, it is a story that is yet to be told and gets to get unfolded here on Championship Sunday. It's Highborn taking on Nixa. Let's jump into it.
Well, as we start things off here with the boys, it looks like cat control is where we start to find our first set of battles. No solutions, and it's going to be trip 9 with a double. So 3 down already. Adnan, last one alive here. Also very weak, trying to see if he can keep it at least a little bit closely contested. But by some crazy miracle, it looks like the spawns are flipped, and into the point we go, as it's going to be Drezzo and Adnan going back to back, simply cleaning up, and it's going to be Nixa with the second half going their way.
So you asked a question a little bit earlier. It seemed something that you were very intrigued by. I'd love for you to be able to explain that a little bit further. Obviously, we've got Lithium, we've got Raz, we've got Adnan, we've got Enigma. No magics on that side of things. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's interesting that the roster that was put forward for the matches today didn't have Enigma in it to start off with. And then we were told that one of the subs coming in was not going to be Drezzo, and then Magix was in the roster. So it seems like they've already assembled the Titan squad, as this was the very squad that won the last LAN hosted by SGL, the 60,000 Rand one. So I think that this is the squad to beat right now. Adnan is the player to beat, as he's currently mince-meeting the entire Highborn side, as they've won the rotations, and they are going to be finding the first bit of time on P2 here uncontested.
Yeah, let's take a look at this P2, as it does look like, Highborn break their way through into the entryway, as the pool will remain unbidden by any footsteps inside the hill, and that's going to be Adnan that finally jumps on in to be able to claim that. Players outside of Palm Trees getting taken down. Enigma finds himself in a fantastic position with 5 kills in the back pocket. Enigma currently streaking it out.
He's playing very, very well, and you can see they have played this point to a T as we go to the rotation here, managing to keep the side of Highborn in that back right spawn pretty much in for the entirety of this hill. But there is a lucky spawn there for Zaza to come on through. He might be able to fight for the back end. But we always talk about how important it is to keep control of top art here, and they need to be able to keep it for a little bit longer. But in the mid-map, it's going to be Heroes finding a kill, and here comes Zaza around the back end. Enigma makes the read, gets the kill, but Spawn's now secured for Nixa for P4. But time going the way of no one, as they, like I said, a lot of white time. Generally more than I expect. Adnan finding kills left, right, and center.
Yeah, at the moment, Nixa set up so well. Enigma just seemingly smelling when somebody's up behind him and picks up their kill as player number 1 inside the bottom vault. That's none other than No Solutions, unfortunately, not being able to find the solution there. And you've got to ask questions here. Is Nixa's looking so solid on this first HP? Is can they be broken? Solution finds 2 and finally gets some points on the board for Highborn. As we take a look at the rotations now coming through, and Highborn looking actually to be in a good position here as they're making their way through the backside as we go across.
What is that spawn?
Yeah.
They just got blessed again. The next set of fights going to be oh so crucial here, Trezor. Big one to win. That's what I'm talking about. And then they flipped again. Okay, so into Narnia we go. Spawns again, 1 for the side of Nixa. Onto P4. Time going their way. Trades are in. Trip 9 takes out Enigma. Enigma takes out Heroes. Raz with the nade though. Through the back end we go. One more contest. Adnan finds it. Gets the final blow. Time once again secured for Nixa.
My head hurts, Trout. I saw those spawns and it didn't make any sense.
Oh, man.
Very tricky to be able to deal with. But at the moment, it does look like Knicks are going to be able to hold these points. Heroes picks up 2. Now gets challenged outside statue. Drezzo picks himself 2 of his own. He says, whatever you can do, I can do better. At the moment, it's going to be Zaza that picks up the players on the low side. No, he picks up nothing but a couple of bullets in his opposition. And at the moment, it does look like rotations towards, I guess, P1 might happen. Highborn going to pick up the scrap time. And it does look like we've got a little bit of a listening, I believe, with Nixa.
Holding right side of new. I'm holding right side of new.
Nading cat out.
Yeah, come on, Ted.
Get my cat if you can.
Yeah, I got
Wait
you.
2 minutes.
Get time. Nice, Adon. Nice,
They
might flank. They might flank. Nice, 4, 3. Last guy. Nice, boys. I got time, I got time.
Yeah, you got that. Yeah. I'll be front. Oh no, you have that, yeah. I'll hold your eyes.
I'll move connector.
Be careful
Connector,
for the ball.
Front, yeah.
Connector.
Dead.
Nice.
Kaden is weak.
Dead. None.
Another one, tech twice.
Dead.
Nice, good job, good
One
job.
more.
I'll be step.
One shot.
One HP, one HP.
Oh, it's really weak.
He's
Really
dead,
weak.
dead.
Nice.
I'm gonna get left now. I'm gonna get left now.
I'll be right.
Left. 1 HP left. 1 HP left, guys. Jump man.
Nice. I'll bring you off. Nice. No,
Nice, good
get
job,
time.
good
Get
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
time. I have a trophy cat here.
Yeah, I got you right. I got you right. Okay.
Yeah.
Top cat. Two cats on me.
I stuck you, my bad.
Oh,
Money
fuck.
cat, money
Two cats.
Jump down. Cat me. One right.
Yeah, this one.
That's one good soul.
Nice.
Very good.
I still have streaks.
That's one
I'll
out.
have a streak. One close to me.
Just one out, just one out,
No,
guys.
No, hit in the back.
this, yeah. We can streak here. Walk from the middle. Okay, I'm gonna streak. I'm streaking.
Yeah, take that shit.
I don't see anything yet.
Come on, weak as shit. Going cat is it going
Yeah,
mid?
one
Going
front.
The second time.
Kaden subcat.
That's one good, guys.
Kaden subcat, yeah?
Okay.
I got him in time. One more at the back time. One more back time, guys.
Yeah.
Back time.
No, I'm dead. One back time.
You still subcat, Kaden.
Josh at the back.
The huge hold coming in here from Highborn at the moment, and it's got to be Trip9 that is a standout player with a streak of a 5. He started so slow and now is turning up the heat, seemingly adapting to the pace of play. And very, very interesting play coming in there from Highborn, managing to retain the spawns, and despite streaks coming in, it does look like Nyx is struggling to be able to fight their way in here.
Well, as you say that, it looks like the break is
Yeah.
pretty much perfect, and they flip the spawns on their heads, and now we go over to P3 for the second time. Zaza finding a nice double there, but again, still very much out of this is going to be Highborn. They're down over 100 points by the end of this, or rather 90 points by the end of this. But again, there's just some of these kills that are so insane to me that they just get evaporated. My gun does not shoot like that. Can we get an internet check on Adnan, as he's currently 20-9.
Oh, wow.
He is really frying everything that moves, and Enigma finding equally as many. And onto the back end, we have Adnan really looking for these kills around the spawn. But as we've seen before, maybe that means nothing, as the game will just potentially give them spawns anyway.
So Adnan chasing, he's hungry, and it does look like Adnan finds his number as Heroes unable to be able to come up with a trade there. But points, all importantly, points, despite those spawns almost being able to be picked up by Nyxa. The point fight back coming in here from Highborn, it's huge. It's all raining in red, and this is exactly what we want to be able to hear. Let's jump into their comms and just get a better understanding of what's changing the game of play for them.
Yeah, I spawn us.
No, mid.
Yeah,
Oh, cooked. I'm dead, bro.
Stop
on you, Jimmy on you.
Below you at none, one shot.
One space.
I'll go to
spawning
your
out.
res. No, bro. Should play a little bit harder there, dude. Play for. I spawn mid.
Yeah.
Spawn mid, yeah. Top part, Jimmy top part, one shot dead.
Nice.
I haven't seen him on top of this hill. I'm just being at the top window.
I'm at the back with you, Varys. I'm at the back.
He's in that cubby.
Gonna weak.
Jimmy tag, dead. Jimmy tag. Not on the back, another Rad's back tag once. He's all pushing.
Oh, fuck me. Wrestle back.
No, close call.
I spawn mid, hold up.
He's pushing me out there.
I don't see one top.
He's just wide charging statue.
I don't see Statch. Statch not peeking me, bro. Bottom top, yeah. One top, one bottom, chance.
One's close mid.
You kind of felt like Highborn were fighting their way back in there, and you thought momentum was building until it wasn't. And at that point in time, it does look like Nyx is going to be able to hold out with another 10 points here, bringing them up to just around about 35 points short of taking it. So as things rotate to P number 1, you can see Highborn setting up and trying to hold on this hill. They're going to have to hold down tooth and nail if they're going to fight their way back in on this one.
100%. They need to play some perfect hard point here, but they are really struggling at the moment, and it's just a factor of kills. I mean, look at the score difference. Everyone on the side of Nyx are positive, everyone negative on the side of Highborn. They are just being outgunned at every turn. I don't know if you saw that little bit of movement there from Alex, where he jumped off the springboard on pool to get up to Top Cat. So, I mean, there's lots of things that you can talk about at high regard, but Trezor finding another kill in the mid-map, 5 in a row now for him. He has full streaks. It feels as though these guys are just in autopilot right now, killing everything that moves, almost finds another, but the kills have to be perfect for the side of Highborn, and they have to be playing for P2, but as you can see, already getting set up on you, it's going to be Nyxa.
I mean, doing well to be able to get Nyxa out here for the most part. Adnan chases through. Adnan clears the way. And call him the broom, because he is cleaning this room from player to player as he walks his way through. At the moment, player number 2 for Highborn, that's Zaza on the flank at the moment. Got to have a huge role to be able to play here to make his way through. And tries to hold down the spawns. There's 20 seconds needing to be gained here from Nixa as two big players, Enigma and Raz, go down. Here comes the push from Highborn.
Well, they have to get a perfect break in here. 18 seconds is all that is between them and the loss. But they managed to find the first ones, but Adnan being as impactful as ever, finding two on the break, looking for the third. Eventually taken down, though. So the spawns still mixy, but in favor of Highborn here. So No Solution soaking as much as he can. Enigma on the flank is taken out. But Drezzo finding more of these kills on the back end. Still very much winnable here for the side of Nixa. And if Drezzo finds this double, that is exactly what's going to happen. But his teammates are finding kills on the other end, and into the point we go. The spawns turned on its head. No Solution to the last bit of hope. He finds one, but 10 seconds and counting. They have to break in right now. Zaza finding a couple of these kills. He actually made a huge two-piece. Raz, last one on the point.
Last one on the point will get taken down, and now it's all about P3. Player number one, that's No Solutions. He needs to start rapping quick. He needs to be spitting out lyrics faster than Eminem in order to be able to get to this hill on time. At the moment, it is going to be Enigma that shuts him down at range, and Raz shutting down with the AR. It's Highborn that find themselves losing out, not being able to take the momentum from this previous map, but at least can avoid the embarrassment of a potential 100-point club. It's 250 to 124. Nixa take map number one.
Well, I mean, doubling their score still not great. Yeah. And it really looked like autopilot for them. And that there was perfect play after perfect play from the side of Nixa here. I mean, Adnan finding streaks, Drezzo finding streaks, Enigma finding streaks. They just know how to play these maps and how to control them. And that's really showing in their gameplay. They know how to control the spawns when we don't even understand how they work, to be honest with you. So kudos to the side of Nixa as they all positive. And I think everyone on the side of everyone on the side of Highborn ended negative. It was just a Slayer differential there. And I think they just couldn't get out of the shell that was their spawn, if we're being honest.
Yeah, how do you control that which is uncontrollable, seemingly, at this point in time? But Adnan, I mean, he controlled those gunfights. Enigma controlling the spawns ultimately somehow with that AR in terms of top control. And gotta say, Nixa, we wondered if they would... maybe lose a little bit of pace between the break, but doesn't look like it. Looks like, if anything, they've just accelerated a step further. We will go to the search and destroy and see if we need to be able to bring it back to a 1-to-1 through rewind, or if a rewind is going to be a fast forward in terms of map count overall as we go to that search and destroy. But as you mentioned, nobody really standing out too tall. They all had their moments when it came down to Highborn. I mean, Trip9 had a couple of fantastic kills, No Solutions breaking through, but you know what? It was a little bit too inconsistent. And on the search and destroy, they were found wanting when it came up in their match a little bit earlier up against Skibbity Bop. But let's see if they can learn from those lessons. And who knows? Was Nixa in chat? Were they in stream? Were they watching? Because there are definitely some exploits that they can utilize in this match now up against Highborn.
Yeah, and I think this is a crucial map for them, right? Because they went down 6-5 to Skibbity, and they, in the previous S&D where these two teams went head-to-head, they lost 6-0. So I think that's a bit of a double whammy for them to come back from, and they've just lost the first map. But momentum isn't everything, as you know, things can change on a dime. But if you're in the shoes of Highborn, you got to put those all behind you now, and you got to be able to make amends for your mistakes. You cannot be allowed to throw away another S&D, because that's where you really need to capitalize up against a team like Nixa. As we load into Highborn, as we load into map number 2, as we load into Highborn, as we load into map number 2 here, rewind S&D. Will the past come back to bite them, or will we see a new Highborn team, is the question.
Well, lessons learned. Let's see. As now it's time for them to be able to pick up the slack, bring things back from Highborn. Whereas on the opposite side, it's going to be tricky from Nixa, but one that they're definitely up to the challenge. I want to see who's going to be on the attack, and it does look like the defending team is going to be Nixa. Let's see what's happening with Highborn on the offensive.
Well, aggression as per usual, trying to see if they can find that first blood, but counted pretty much instantly. But Heroes draws the first blood, as I said. Now, life count advantage for the side of Highborn, and Adnan very close in power area, and No Solution has the entire firing squad looking for him. But Drezzo is eventually going to be the one who draws the final blow. 3v3, bomb yet to go down.
All right, so 3v3 and slow things down, but teams seem to be quite close to one another in terms of player base. So Drezzo will be able to find one, and Trip9 at the moment. 2v3. Working their way forward.
And they know the bomb is down. Oh, what was that timing on? I think he just actually saw him pick up the bomb. So we'll be calling for some reinforcements as they try and work their way around the back end here. Yet to find the kills, there's going to be heroes. What's this timing going to look like? He pretty much ate that nade. What is that timing?
Sticky icky as he finds himself inside of that control room, just nailed. Oh, that sucks. You know, when there's nothing you can do and you know there's a sticky grenade on you, you just basically, cool. Can I shoot any? Can I? Okay, I've got nothing back.
Yeah, you just got to like run at them, I guess. But I mean, I think I would love to know, like, if there was some stats geniuses out there, the timing for that nade to hit and stick him is insane, right? Like, I can understand him pre-checking, but for him to run through the doors and catch it on his chest, man, that's...
Bringing up my calculator quickly, I think that was 0.07.
Okay.
0.07 in that particular moment.
I like that. Anyways, first blood was drawn by Highborn, but they couldn't convert it. So, first round going the way of Nixa. Here we go, round number 2. Aggression from Drezo tagged up, but it's going to be heroes again finding that first blood. And a double! So, unlike the previous one, they might be able to convert.
This is huge, as No Solution also finds himself in a fantastic position here. As they should have eyes on everything. The call-outs will get made. Ooh, the rechell not going to be called, as we've got the dancing man in the doorway at this point in time, as they decide, you know what, we're done with dancing. Let's get to gunfights at this point in time. Raz on the opposite side of things finds himself in a 1v4. And no, Highborn shut down the door. So a little bit better from Highborn. And they tie things up at 1 apiece. Doing much better than they did previously.
Yeah, they got a round in SD. That's pretty good, eh? I mean, we're on the board. They didn't lose a single player there. And off the back of Heroes double there to start that round. Fantastic stuff. And, you know, I talk about the movement and how scary it can be. Did you see how Drezo was moving in that corridor? Yeah. It was like, he was like wall bouncing. It felt like I was watching Apex for a second.
It was just pretty much a white silhouette going through a corridor. It reminds me of any horror movie, as a ghost just dancing in between the corridor as you try to get away from them. But knowing that you need to confront it in order to be able to exit this terrible situation. Right now, Heroes, who opened up with a double in the previous round, will find himself alone with his teammate Zaza as they left down to 2v4.
And that was the bomb. Oh, it's actually not the bomb. The bomb held back. Maybe a bit of a wiser decision, but you can see now they have no information. They're a little bit worried as to where they're going to go. For the side of Nixa, though, no overextension. Very, very different to how Highborn plays this map.
Right. So let's see what little pieces of information they can try to find. But this is what I like to be able to see. Look at how Nixa just shut down an area. They stand still, they don't go hunting, they don't go crazy, and just like that, they pick up the kill because they know their opposition needs to put in the work.
And then Zaza might be able to do that from top. Burger gets the timing, gives away his position, and this is where Raz is so scary. He doesn't chow, but he eventually gets taken down. So 1 versus 3 has to pick up that bomb. 28 seconds. A long road to freedom here for Zaza, as they know exactly where he is now. 22 seconds. How are they going to challenge him? Okay, Zaza. Okay, Zaza. Okay.
No. Can you do this?
Oh my goodness, that got really close really quickly, but Nixa eventually find the kill when they needed it most, but that would have been a highlight reel of highlight reels. Regardless, 2 rounds to the side of Nixa.
This is honestly where I wish we had like little heart rate monitor graphics just on the players themselves, because I know Zaza was hitting over 130 there, 140.
100% when he turned like that, and he hit a couple of those shots. 100%. Goodness. Well, you can only hope for a clutch every now and again, and right now that wasn't meant to be, but still only 1 round ahead. Nixa on attack. Will they be able to find first blood, or is this going to be another defender type round?
Right, so all attacks thus far have found their mark.
Okay, Trip 9 starting it off there.
Yep.
Enigma sent an early grave, and what is this timing going to look like here? Ooh. Not good for Drezo. He's eventually taken out, and Heroes follows it up, and all of a sudden it's Raz left in a 1 versus 4, make it a 0 versus 2. He did find 2, but not quick enough. Highborn answer back with a round of their own.
There we go. Another big round being picked up here.
Man, that timing though, around the bookcase is just so unfortunate.
Right, so tied up a 2 apiece. Much better search and destroy here from Highborn compared to what we saw previously. Nixa, however, they have been looking extremely, extremely solid when it comes down to the defensive side of things. I do apologize. I think I said attacking a little bit earlier. Every single defensive round seemingly finding its mark.
Again, they haven't been able to get the bomb down. I think that's where things need to start off. He's now stunned. The information is in. Drezzo and Co. looking for this first blood. It seems like Z is where they tried to get their first engagements to come through. But right now, just probing at one another to find a little bit of a weakness, maybe a chink in the armor. No one yet to draw first blood.
Yeah, just probing, trying to get a little bit of information, as it does look like Highborn find a little bit of map control here as they assert their way through towards the A site. Some stun grenades also going to give some much needed information to the Nixa team. At the moment, Drezzo, he's always performed so well in these positions. We'll be able to find another one here as it's a 3v3 situation.
But the bomb is down, so that is a bit of a... I think it's the first time in this map that we get to see the bomb planted. But Adnan, he's looking at the hole in the wall here. And he might have just found perfect timing. He does indeed. He finds one, but the trade is instant onto Zaza. Still a 2 versus 2, make it a 1 versus 2 now for Zaza to trade it to clutch one up. He almost got a 1v4. Can he convert the 1v2? He sees the play on the bomb. Does he see the play on the bomb?
No, he doesn't see the play on the bomb at all, as he does not able to convert that, as it is going to be the clutch defuse coming in from Lithium. Defensive rounds remain supreme here. Oh, I thought he saw him, but he did not see what we saw.
That is unfortunate. I think that might have just been a bit of a tactical miscalculation from where the bomb was planted. I don't know.
They can't see what we see.
Yeah, but either way, you know what they say, pros don't fake, and Adnan certainly did not fake that defuse and then get the round.
I thought that was Drezzo on the defuse.
Oh, excuse me, Drezzo on the defuse. Either way, pros don't fake.
Yeah, it is true. As at the moment, it's going to be Lucian trying to find exactly that to his problems here inside of DVDs as they fast forward their way into the zigzag. He goes for the chell, and Drezzo says, no, not passing this mark. Is it still a 3v3 situation? Heroes brings it down to 3v2. Oh, Drezzo somehow spots him out and snaps him down. And it is going to be Zaza and Trip9 on a 2v2 with bomb about to go down. Oh, nade rains in.
Information though, so he's weak. They know they can chell him. It's going to be the how is he alive? Regardless, Adnan on the other end finds Trip9. So if Adnan finds a double, okay. I don't understand how he was weak to a nade and 8 bullets as well.
Yeah. All right. So somehow they turn that one on its head. I thought really once Heroes had picked that up that was going to be a highborn round, but it's the first attacking round secured, and that is all too important here from Nix's side of things.
That was just an unfortunate turn of events there for Highborn. They couldn't get the kills when they needed them most, but right now they are on attack.
Did Codcaster just say Highborn won that round?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. Okay, cool. So admin's confirmed it was the game, and we do have the overlays correct and the colors correct. So again, finished game, by the way.
We are 2 months in. All right. 1 minute left on the clock. 4v4. And we are currently still trying to find our first player to be eliminated here. Nixa currently on the defensive side of things, which has proven the most valuable side in this series thus far. As the bomb will look to get planted here.
Well, this might be the perfect nade, though. Look for the Kobe, but the util usage is on point for the side of Highborn as they get the bomb down for the 4v4 retake, make it a 3v3. And the shots are good. How did that second one come through? Again, Zaza left in a 1 versus 2. Will he be able to convert it this time? Nope.
Zaza. Shame, man. All too often, and once again, he finds himself without. And Raz now defuses that bomb. And 1 round away from taking this map number 2 now becomes Nixa. And I don't know. Highborn, they need to bring this to a 5. They need to bring it to a... I mean, if anything, they can look at Skibidi and be like, well, they were 5-2 up against us. Maybe we can do this up against Nixa.
100%. And I think it's interesting to me that the retakes have been so good from Nixa here, always placing Zaza in a clutch situation. But it's just... I can't really fault Highborn either. The only thing I can say is No Solution might be getting a bit too aggressive and overextending. But other than that, it feels like they're just playing correct S&D. It's just Nix's playing better S&D.
I mean, take a look at Lithium at the moment. 9 and 3. He seems to be always opening up with the first bloods.
All right, now, yet to do the same. Just a bit of a Okay,
He can smell
everything is
people.
wall bangable as No Solutions is sent to an early grave. Already life count advantage for the side of Nixa. Raz finding trip 9, 2 versus 4, things not looking good.
No,
1 versus
Heroes.
4 for Heroes.
Please just ninja defuse. I want to see another round of search and destroy.
And there's a car. Why would you shoot it?
No!
Why would you?
And at the moment the car finds its revenge, I was like, bro, you do not just shoot at me. It was like
Could you
a
make that
Boxburg
noise
guy
again,
that you hooted
please,
at.
Holden? I don't even know what noise that was when the car came back. That was so funny. Oh man.
Yeah, that was literally like a very recent experience I had at somebody couldn't overtake properly in Boxburg, and then decided I thought I was smart. I was going to beep at them, and then they turned around and were like, "No," and I was like, "Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm driving. I'm gone. I don't want this. Please just leave me alone.
So
just
funny.
one little bit." But all right, so that is now map number 2 that gets picked up by Nixa. We're going to go to some control in just a bit as we go back to the vault, and the vault might be where Nixa secure the bank, or it might be the way that things turn around here. But like you said, Highborn not necessarily doing too badly from an all-round perspective, just purely losing out in terms of search and destroy. And I gotta say, Drezzo really opened up with a couple of clutch plays that diffuse, as we can see it on screen at the moment. Zaza getting caught in the limelight there, caught in trying to pick up the player rather than the bomb defuse. But you know, it's so difficult. We've got all the information, but at the moment it does look like we'll be going straight into map 3 into a second. But what have Highborn got to do to be able to get their way back in here?
Not shoot at RCXDs. I don't know. No, that was a joke. I think we're going to control Vault. They won the last one, and I'm not sure what the pick situation looked like, so I'm not sure who's starting on attack, as obviously it seemed to be an attacking-based map. But again, I think they just need to win their initial gunfights and not overextend. That is one thing that they have done consistently on control, where Skibidi also did the same thing. But against a team like Nixa, it's going to come back to bite you tenfold. So that's where we need to see them slow it down enough, where they get their 2s and not their 3s.
2s and not their 3s indeed. As control, we're definitely going to have another hard point no matter what. As remember, this is the best out of 7 maps overall. And going back to Vault, I don't know. Do you think something's just going wrong with Highborn here, or do you think Nixa are just playing superior game overall? I'm trying to figure out, like, how do you muster back that energy that we've seen sporadically throughout today from this Highborn team?
Oh, it looks like we're going straight in. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard for me to comment on anything that Nixa is doing wrong, because they're doing very little wrong. And Highborn making a couple of mistakes, and they are going to be capitalized on. But again, it feels like these two are playing on different maps at times, if that makes sense. Like, it's just Nixa just knows what they want to do and when they want to do it, and Highborn has just not been able to get their head out from underneath the water. They've just been drowning in these Nixa players.
Well, good thing that the pool has been emptied here, so hopefully that no drowning will be caused. But this could be a massive map overall to be able to change the pace. We've seen how both of these teams have played control in the past, but more recently, Highborn actually showing a good amount of skill and aptitude when it comes down to this map of Vault on control. Let's see what they're going to be able to do here, because the previous map that we played was Protocol, which is a different game altogether.
Well, you said a lot of aptitude being shown. It's just No Solutions alive here, and caught between a rock and a hard place, tries to dive into an empty pool, gets taken out. So good start for the side of Nixa, as they find pretty much all 4 and only lose 1 in return. And into the spawn we go, and this is where it gets so dangerous. Enigma not overchalling, giving away his position though, and gets away with his life. Looking for the rechal is Heroes. He gets the kill. So right now, backwards and forwards we go. Under a minute to work with. Highborn need to find a point, and they need to find it quickly.
I mean, remember when we were talking about in the previous map, once again, it's like they showed, or Enigma kind of showed exactly what you should be doing there. Yes, he did lose out on the gunfight overall, but play the position, hold. But for right now, it does look like Highborn losing out on a couple of lives. They need to be able to pick up 1 tick here, but it's going to be Heroes with the Jackal in hand, as he'll be able to pick up 1, and No Solution picks up another. Make that 3, and that's going to give them the call to be able to jump onto A.
Well, they need to send a couple more players onto the point. I know you want a bit of mid-map presence here, but they're not really getting enough players committed to it so they can find more than 1 tick. As I said, that Heroes backing up now. No Solutions really been that sort of light at the end of the tunnel for the side of Highborn as he's getting a couple of these kills. But now Heroes has to make a massive play, but read by Raz and taken out. 22. Oh my goodness! Zaza with a huge double there. 3 down. Last one. That's no solution with 2. That's 4. They can get A here if they commit.
Yeah, time to jump. All eyes, all players on A at the moment. It's going to be Dredzer with the jump up here. Turns around, tries to find another. Not going to be able to find it as the A side gets picked up. 12 to 16 at the moment. Nixa still with the lives in hand, but the B push will have a minute of time in hand at the moment. Enigma as well as Dredzer furthest forward pushed up. Enigma is going to be able to pick up a play on the cross there as they all get forced into the corner, and it's going to be Heroes with a huge role to play here. He picks up one on the bottom side of the map. That's going to free up a little bit of room. No Solution comes up with 2 of his own, bringing things back to 9 to 13. No Solutions and Highborn here with the opportunity to push forward, but the Solutions unfortunately not going to be able to find it.
They get a nade to sort of help them out a little bit, but again, those kills were in their own spawn, so that still gave Nixa time to rally troops and send it back over, but No Solution finding a couple more, including the back of his teammate, but it doesn't matter. Raz alive and well, getting a couple of these kills. Now the tick progression begins to develop here. All the players pushing upwards, and it's one player. Enigma finding one, but Atlan is close by. No respawns. 2 versus 8, not looking good here for Highborn, as I believe this is where dreams come to die, as they're trying to save all their money in the vault, not able to do it. Heroes lost alive, 1 versus 7.
Heroes now with a little bit of a job to do. 1v7, not the easiest job in the world, as he will find himself getting some bullets in the back as they pick themselves up a full sight and a tick in hand. So a 1.1, if you will, and let's see what their opposition is going to be able to do on the opposite side. Big play coming in here from Dredzer to be able to get some big kills as he turned around, and you know, the things underneath you sometimes come to bite, and that's why you need to always sleep with Peaceful Sleep, ladies and gentlemen, an unofficial sponsor here of the Mythic competition.
Oh man, I thought it was just going to be a poor investment strategy there. Keeping it in the vault, it's not good. Risky strategy, especially if Drezzer's about. Regardless, he finds that 2-piece there and breaks open that round entirely, but they did find a sum total of 3 ticks, so maybe that'll come back and help them in the long run. But right now, over towards A is the call from Nixa.
All right, Nixa and Highborn not yet opening a kill is here. Nixa, but Solutions will find one of his own. Adnan says, "Get off of my back," as he turns on and picks up one, and now it's the big board jump.
The movement. I'm pretty sure Adnan's got magnetic bullets, man. That was crazy hip fire. I'm sorry. That was insane. Regardless, the turn and burn is real. 2 players trading left, right, and center. Raz still alive in the mid-map, finding another 2-piece of his own. Over towards A we go. Still looking for more, but he actually finds No Solution. Diving out from the top rope's not really going to help him out, but his teammates are there to pick up the pieces. No ticks as of right now. Under a minute to work with, and here comes Trip 9, looking and hunting in the spawn of Nixa.
Ooh, bursts out and COD timing not being his friend there. Once again, patience not proving a commodity found in the back pocket of Highborn at times. But right now, 30 seconds left on the clock. They're still looking pretty solid here on the defensive side.
Not too bad, even in lives, 22 seconds. This is where Nixa have to decide as to where they want to send their players. And right now, it looks like B. Here comes the utility usage. Trip9 finds 1. He knows there are people on the point, but where is the question? More utility being used, and that's going to be the point cleared. It's just Raz. Raz one is the last one up, but they do only find 1 tick. Raz is eventually taken. Oh, Raz takes out Trip9, and onto A we go. So enough noise made for them to rotate over to the other point. Heroes alive in the spawn and well, finding a couple of these kills, but the first tick at A about to be secured.
All right, so here is now from the bottom side of things trying to find a player, and this is going to be the call for him to try pick up 1 or 2. Tries to jump up, but unfortunately will get slammed right back down on his side as player number 3. This is still Heroes trying to be a thorn in the side of his opposition. Tries to extend over and across towards poolside, and it does look like Nixa have pulled this up at the last second, and unless they're able to claim the kill, Zaza. Unfortunately, for him not being able to find that marker, but fortunately for Nixa, they do pick up the point and give themselves a little bit of breathing room. 9 to 10 in favor of them when it comes up to esports.
They need to keep control of that top art. You can see Raz already looking for these players on the, or off the spawn, excuse me, and he might be able to find that. Adnan finding a huge 2-piece in the mid-map as well. Into the spawn we go. Raz now being a bit of a thorn in the side of Highborn as the point begins to progress. And right now, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place if you are highborn, as the second tick is not found. Zaza finds one more, but still, Adnan on the point, and he is such a tricky man to kill. Eventually, Trip9 finds the kill. 4v4 as even as it gets.
Search time, but with half the time on the board, as it seems like we're going to be playing a 4v3 at this point in time. Knicks are pushing their way forward, now needing to be able to jump on in. Raz falls down to the bullets of No Solutions, who finds his mark. It's only 27 seconds left on the clock. 3v3. Who's going to be able to jump on the heel just to be able to slow it down? Enigma keeps gun discipline. Zaza keeps his guns in the... or rather bullets in his opposition. Adnan now on the back foot as they try to make his way forward, jumps up and high, and Nixa celebrate with that, both peeking out and saying, you know what, you chill by your car, we'll chill by the winning one, as they pick up that W. 2-0 in favor of Nixa.
That was off the back of Tick, so they are also ahead by 3. Onto attack, go the side of Highborn here, and again, there was almost perfect plays from Highborn, but there's always an additional player from Nixa that is there for the trade, and that's what happened time and time again. Hero's playing in and out of that vault. He stayed alive for as long as he could, but there's just not a lot of presence. I think that's the best way to put it. They get these like frantic kills, Highborn, but then the moment they have a bit of control, there's already another Nixa player there ready for the rechal, as they're just able to play their lives a little bit more effectively. And I think that might be the difference that we're seeing in all the gamers. Excuse me, is that the side of Nixa is just able to bop and weave a little bit more with maybe a slight amount more finesse, or Adnan just finding doubles left, right, and center to open the board.
Yeah, I mean, Highborn really have to be so frustrated there. They were so close, not only once, but twice to being able to secure that one. And that A site, when it was just caught by Nixa, you kind of feel like that's where they started to let it slip a little bit here for the Highborn squad at the moment. Zaza! Not so much Zaza, as he unable to find his mark there, as at the moment they pick up 2. That should give them a little breathing room, but Adnan, he is doing some big work at the moment, and unfortunately for him, finds 999 with SMG in hand, putting that to work at the moment. It is going to be either one of these teams still with a little bit of work to do. Highborn really finding their way in. Just
what do you mean he wins that? And he finds another! Trezo, the man, the myth, the legend, making sure that your investments are still very high risk as he's finding doubles left, right, and center. Into the spawn we go. Currently 13 for 13 on a 2 streak. And this is where you get to see the side of Highborn picked apart, as they have to keep their heads on a swivel and they have no real form of control. But right now, onto A we go, stopping the clock, but Enigma from the top ropes, finding more of these kills with the help of teammate Trezo as he finds another one.
Trezo can't be stopped here at the moment. He's currently on a 4 streak. Enigma with 3. As they keep the defensive doors shut, they might as well put a concrete barrier inside of there, because it doesn't look like anybody's going to be able to make their way through this mid-mile mark. Other than Heroes, can he be exactly that? No, it looks like his cape will get ripped off by Raz, as at the moment they try to burst their way through for the last 1.5 seconds. Nothing remains as Nixa comes out on top and one step closer yet again as they pick up their 3rd map in quick succession.
Goodness, and I mean, these guys are just moving differently. The side of Nixa is just unbeatable at the moment. These kills just working out perfectly for them. Getting kills left, right, and center. Adnan, 23 and 16. Is that what he finished on? Oh, massive game out of him and Trezo. I know Trezo's kills aren't that high, but the work he put in behind the scenes, insane. So, again, you asked whether or not it's just Nixa playing better. I'm going to go ahead and say yes. At the moment, they are just playing better.
100%. And I got to say, this Nixa squad is looking, they are looking formidable at this point in time. I mean, let's take a look at the total map count at the moment. It's 3-0 and another 3-0 in their previous series. They're currently basically beating Highborn 6-0 overall. And if you're Highborn, you now need to be able to win 4 maps in a row to be able to get back into this. I think they've left themselves with a mountain that's not only slippery, it's tough to climb, you don't have the correct gear for it, and
it's not looking good.
It's not looking good.
So, yeah, like you said, 3-0 down already in this grand finals. And it felt like it just sort of snowballed from being close-ish in the hard point to being a blowout in the S&D to being a complete blowout in the control. But I would argue that control is side of Nix's best game mode. And it looks like Rewind Hardpoint, the first time we see it on the stage today. I don't know, what are your thoughts? Do you think we get to see a different Highborn, or do you think it's a little bit too little too late and this might just be a 4-0?
Oh, in all honesty, my heart is telling me that Knicks are going to take this, which is a weird one because I always like to be able to see the ray of light, but I think that ray of light really is going to come in from Highborn and their leadership and decision making. This downtime between maps right now is going to be their biggest opportunity to be able to build a resurgence and mental fortitude. I think we always bring it up, but I can't stress how important it is at times like this. Like when you're up against the ropes, do you just throw it in, or are you going to be the kind of team that actually stands up and says, you know what, guys, we're going to give it tooth and nail every single map, and we are going to fight for each other? That's the difference in terms of leadership that I want to see, and I think that's also going to be quite vitally important if we can cross relatively early on to a listening. I really want to hear where their heads are at.
Yeah, I mean, we need to know what the comms sound like so we get an idea of where their head is at. I like how you said that. But, I don't know. Highborn, they're struggling at the moment, and it looked like they had moments of doing insane work, but then it's a 2-piece from Adnan, or a 2-piece from Raz, or Enigma. You know, it's just like at every turn they're just being cut down. And if Nixa keeps that momentum, no matter how well Highborn really rallies here, they might still have a very small chance of coming back into this. But if Nixa plays at their current pace, it's very, very difficult.
Can they rewind the score? Will they fast forward things up? Let's see. As we go to heel number 1 here, and Highborn taking on Nixa. This is the grand finals of Mythic Season number 2, the one that Call of Duty fought their way through a whole bunch of different communities to be able to make their way here in this 20,000 Rand prize pool competition. It is Nixa with their hand firmly grasping a good portion of that prize pool at the moment. They want to double that up right here, right now. And they're going to start things off well by opening up with the first kills.
First set of kills, and no one from the side of Nixa had died until that moment. So right now, Adnan finding kills left, right, and center, and time. And we spoke about momentum and how important it is to keep it going. And if you're in the shoes of Highborn, how you need to come back into this. But right now, the Nixa guns are firing at a different pace. Perfect P1. Now they have to try and break in here. You can see Adnan still alive, soaking up that time.
All right, soaking up time.
Okay.
Oh, okay, cool. And then,
okay.
Just end the game. If Adnan's
he's 7-0. 7-0. He's got streaks. He got a quad feed. Adnan, magnetic bullets. What? Call it. Oh my goodness, he's still going. Oh, he almost finds another, but that was 9 to start him off before his first death. Adnan.
That is disturbing. I mean, Adnan, I'd love to hear from him, but at the moment we are going to go from Highborn side of things and just hear how they're dealing with the bullets on their side.
I spawned Jin, I'm coming front. Nade back, I think he's in the back. I just naded myself, bro. Off.
No one close.
Hey,
They're pushing the
20 seconds. Get it right.
They're pushing. Yeah.
I can listen to me, I can play initial, okay?
Adnan, 2 mid.
What's he doing? Middle?
2 mid,
Middle crossing, they're pushing to court, they're pushing to court.
I flipped out already.
They are caught on you.
Yeah, deep left.
There's 3 left, 3 by the trap.
Back on Ferries, I have your chase.
I spawn out.
Could be going back left.
Too close on you. They're chilling you at the back.
Fuck me, my bad, Josh. That's 2. Jameen, one time. Jameen.
Wait. Give me time.
Listen, Jameen and time. One's gonna be the back. I think he's in Burger.
No, nothing Burger.
Wait a time. Close on you.
Hedges.
Jumped out the outside.
Yo, one hedges.
One time when we watch one shot.
All good.
Made it.
One was hedges.
Not quite as defeated as I was expecting. They are trying to rally the troops a little bit here. But at the moment, the kills just working out for Nixa as they currently find another 4 down. 100 points to 5. I'm trying to find the silver lining for Highborn, but these storm clouds are getting big.
Just outside of the restaurant, they're doing some cooking of their own, it seems, at the moment. And that full lineup of menus is going to be breakfast, Highborn, lunch, Highborn, and dinner, seemingly, a little bit of highborn, or rather dessert, with a little bit of chocolate on top at this point in time, with a couple of sprinkles, if you will. But at the moment, trying to rally is the side of highborn from their side of things. 4-11, 3-9, 5-9, and 1-11. Oh, for Josh, and 999, that's going to be tough. But finally, they break their way through and should be able to get some time on the hill. I'm not too sure if we're going to have the opportunity to listen to a little bit of Nixa, which at this point in time should come with its own backtrack as well, as they are very, very close to being able to celebrate this one. Let's go across to Nixa and hear what they're up to.
He's on top. On edges. I can kill him. Nice shit.
Watch it, turn on.
Yeah, we need to go new, yeah?
Old. 999.
I'll be back.
My bad. He's on the truck on the street.
I can kill him.
Yeah,
he's SWAT car.
He got me.
He's SWAT car.
He's right side now.
He's dead.
Nice, good up.
Working up right, yeah, working up right.
Someone in here.
One middle. Too close middle. There's only 2 in time, guys. Push time.
Oh, fuck sake, yeah.
Nice, only one in time.
Just one time now. In middle, Alex in the middle. This is Jen.
Yeah, take your time.
Salsa still in touch.
One book. DVD.
You saw him we can time. This two. Yeah,
Jen. Death tags. Just
I'm going.
Okay, one book. Hidden books, guys.
Just one time. They're both low. Both very low.
Hit an elbow one time.
Child together. Just fucking child.
Elbow.
Elbow.
I'll try to tell this guy now.
Have your front.
He's weak.
Two elbow, guys. 2 elbow.
I'm dead. It's 3 on point.
One shot, no solution.
I'm lagging. What the hell?
Me too.
One right side of me. Dead.
Nice. I'm with you, middle.
Yeah.
Not tagged.
Get books.
I'm point dead.
Other one is all.
Alex and old. I'm the mid boxes.
He's weak. He's weak. I know ammo. He's still there.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm looking. One shot.
I'm dead.
It's 2.
Play together. We
Gotta say, very, very interesting from Nix's side of things, seeing them on comms when they were actually losing out fundamentally on a hill there. Still keeping things together, but you heard a couple of announcements of saying, hey, lagging, or maybe a little bit of negative mind space being able to filter in. And this is now the opportunity for Highborn to build off of that. A huge hold in the previous hill, and a big part of that was no solutions.
100%. He got a 5-piece there, and now he's still staying alive and back into this game potentially, but they need to play a lot more hardpoint if they want to get back into it. And I just want to point out, if these guys are saying they're lagging, I don't actually want to know what lagging looks like. Like, the way that these guys melt, that is insane to me. Regardless, Raz finding a couple more, and to the point we go. 14 seconds left on the second set of rotations. Here comes 999, unable to find it as the kills eventually work on out for the side of Nixa. Back in the driver's seat. Oh my goodness! Back in the driver's seat is Adnan as he's ripping heads left, right, and center.
All right, so we go to our heal 2 at this point in time, and it's going to be a nice hold or nice rotations here from Nixa. As you can see, that backside being held by Enigma. He's going to be the linchpin here for his squad. As it looks like these rotations coming through, it's going to be Heroes pushing directly through from the front. A lot of pressure on Enigma to stay alive as he jumps in towards dumpsters to try see if he can cool things down. Great position for him here as he stays on up. Enigma still playing a pivotal role here as he comes out, and that was the big mistake as he falls into the trap, as Highborn now able to get some time of their own.
Well, they're about to crest 100 points here, and they need to keep this hill and look towards next if they have any hope of getting back into this game. But here comes Drezo. He's eventually taken out. Nice shots there from Heroes.
Wow.
So right now, Adnan still a thorn in their side, trying to cut them down as they rotate. But you can see they've already chalked up this time. They've pretty much written it off, and they are going back towards P3 already. Shots nice again from Raz. You just cannot give these guys an inch, or they will take a mile. No solution staying alive for now before being taken out. Rotation once more for the side of Nixa.
Drezo now doing the work inside of dumpsters, being the person on heal and trying to accumulate that time, as it does look like Highborn get a good rotation all around, but it's Enigma snapping them down. Adnan following up, and Drezo says, hey, I'm in the dumpster, but I'll be doing the cleaning up. Thank you very much.
Well, cleaning up they shall do as they find 200 points now. Unable to win it on this hill, so we will be at the very least seeing P4, but right now things looking pretty good for the side of Nixa. Holding down these angles, cooking up a storm in Burger. Maybe flipping some patties. Here comes No Solutions. Round the back in to see if he can squash some of these burgers himself. But right now, Enigma cutting them down as they spawn. Still a little bit of time going the way of Highborn, so they can breathe a sigh of relief. But as I say that, here comes the break from Adnan.
Adnan picks up at range. We talked about how deadly that Jackal is now without the recoil, but it does look like we got a little bit of a flip in terms of the holding of spawns for the next heal as player number 2, Zaza, takes down Enigma. And now it's all about holding on to next. They really need to dedicate somebody into the hill. That's usually how you do score points in hard points. And at this point in time, it is going to be player number 1, Solutions, that is going to try cut them down from the side. He picks up one up against Adnan. Enigma shuts him down, and now Nixa can start to work their way forward.
Well, they just need one good break, and it starts with 2 kills, just like that. Zaza maybe getting a little bit aggressive here. Oh my goodness, Raz. Heroes was last alive on the point. Now only 20 seconds needed on this point. At every point there's a setup. It seems as though Nixa break it down, get the spawns, and continue to soak time. Nice double from Zaza, but at this point, grasping at straws. Having said that, this might be the perfect break. The full stack is in. They break in 5 seconds, but now they've really put themselves in a tough spot, as they need to fight for every last bit of the scrap time while rotating.
5 seconds. So off to the electrical room we go. And it does look like that's going to be player number 6. Raz in a huge position of power here. It's going to be Solutions that needs to come up with it, unfortunately, for him not being able to do so. And the clock ticks down. And ladies and gentlemen, it also ticks down on the Mythic Series as Nix's win secures themselves with the championship of being the PC Builder Mythic Season 2 champions. Out of the 20,000 Rand cash prize pool, they'll be walking away with at least half of it. And I got to say, a very, very deserved win from them. So well played across 100%. The board.
I would love to have heard what the exchange was in game chat there. That would have been hilarious. Still going. But yes, I agree. Very well deserved there for the start of Nixa. They just played a different level of Call of Duty today. Held the spawns when they needed them. Got the kills when they needed them. Adnan starting this off, what, 10-1? Insane.
Huge. And there we have it, the trophy. It is a digital trophy, as we could not afford to be able to.
Is this an NFT? Yeah, no, NFT
you know what?
trophy?
Screenshot that, and that will be an NFT for Nixa. Being able to take that one, 2024 Mythic Season 2 champions, and what a series it has been. It has been an absolute blast to be able to present this to you and also lend our voices to this. Trout, thank you so much for leading the way in terms of the cast, and also just being with us to be able to celebrate this monumentous moment of Nixa being able to take the title of the Mythic Season 2 champions.
Oh, thank you for having me. It means the world, and I appreciate the opportunities. And again, huge, huge kudos to the side of Nixa, as they were the team that came out on top by winning a sum total of 7 maps in a row. And I don't think it gets more dominant than that, if we're being honest.
It doesn't. But one thing, the story has started to be written. Yes, it finished off in terms of what we had last year for the last season, but for this season, Highborn, Nixa, a proverbial story of what we'll see carried out for 2025. But I really want to be able to see Skibidi and what they can do also going forward, as well as any other team. There's so much room in terms of the community for our growth, as well as other regions to be able to compete up against. I think 2025 is going to be a great one to be able to be very excited about. And hopefully we'll be able to see the scene soaring to new heights in the new year. I just want to say a big thank you across the board. Every single one of the viewers, every single one of the community that either put out a tweet just to be able to say, hey, we are supporting essentially, I believe it was the Xbox Game Pass community of COD, being able to fight for that. Well done.
Yeah, well, you can't get us down. The Call of Duty community, they will always come out on top on socials, and I don't care what anyone says.
You gotta know it.
Yeah, Rocket League, you're good, and you have international backing, but we have Sandro.
There we go, Mr. Godzilla Intel himself. But big love across the board, and thank you once again to every single one of the viewers. I'm probably going to jump onto Ranked in a little bit, enjoying some COD. Let's get that going. But I also want to say a big thank you, of course, to the people that do the work behind the scenes, the admin, the broadcast team overall, a big heart, a big blue heart across to the ACGL fam. And once again, a big thank you to everyone across the board. Trout, I'll leave you with the final thoughts as we wrap things up for the 2024 season and get ready for 2025.
Well, thank you very much for having me. And again, thank you to all the sponsors, PC Builder, AMD, MSI, Patriot, Red Dragon, Windows 11, PC Game Pass, and Take A Lot. You guys, put this all together, and ACGL for hosting the production behind the scenes like you alluded to. But again, if there's anything that I will leave my final thoughts, watch the VOD back. Try to see if you can find the Achilles heel of Nixa, because right now they are a dominant force. And like you said, maybe some storylines to be developed here, but overall, Nixa, GG's to you guys. Obviously the best team, undisputed 7 maps in a row. And with that, I think that's where we're going to sign off. And I wish you all a very happy holidays. Merry Christmas if you are a Christmas celebrating person. And a Happy New Year. We'll see you guys in the future.